Chapter 902. Pamilka was taken aback and asked, "Aren't we going to take Serenus first?" Margot blushed slightly, but he still said seriously, "After this period of siege, I believe you also know that Serenus is not only strongly defended, but the main force of Dionia is also in Serenus. Their morale is very good. Even if our soldiers far outnumber them, it will take us more time to take the city, and time is very important to me." Pamilka then remembered the promise made by Margot in the Senate. He no longer hesitated and immediately expressed his willingness to go to war. Margot smiled and said generously, "You will lead 10,000 Carthaginian militias, 15,000 Phoenician militias, and 25,000 Namibian soldiers, a total of 50,000 people. This is 10,000 more than when Mont Adano attacked Minoa. I hope you will lead the army to Minoa tomorrow, and don't make the same mistake as Mont Adano. Take Minoa as soon as possible." Pamilka was not excited about leading such a large army. Instead, he asked with concern, "Lord Margot, according to this arrangement, you will not have many soldiers left with you. What if the Dionia in the city attack again?" Pamilka did not say anything more, but he had already expressed his concern. In his opinion, if he left according to Margot's proposal, Margot would only have less than 20,000 troops brought from Iberia. This multi-ethnic army seemed to be very effective, but it was not easy to manage and lacked loyalty. There were also nearly 10,000 militia formed by the Western Sicilian allies. These Sicilians lacked training and were more suitable for carrying supplies, building camps, and other chores rather than fighting. The remaining nearly 10,000 Namibian soldiers were the soldiers of the camp that had been attacked at night. Obviously, the attack of Dionia had frightened these dark-skinned Namibians. In order not to let their panic affect the morale of the other troops, Margot had specially separated them. These days, they had been busy training, and even prepared to be sent to Lille to replace the garrison there. However, Margot was not worried about this. He said confidently, "If the people of Dionia act as you said, that's exactly what I want." Pamilka did not try to persuade him further. He accepted the order. In fact, even if he didn't accept it, Magund would force him to accept it. This was because he had forcibly replaced a lot of Carthage's generals and replaced them with officers of the Iberian army that he trusted. Not only did this make the soldiers of the army formed by Carthage feel very uneasy when the news reached Carthage, it also caused criticism in the Senate. The Hanoverian party even attacked his approach, claiming that he was doing this to turn the entire army into the private army of the Magund family, so that it would be convenient for him to dictate. Margot asked the neutral elder, Pamilka, to temporarily take over Carthage's army, both to appease the soldiers and to reassure the elders. The next day, Pamilka led the army out of the camp and marched eastward along the coast. Margot did not hide this military action, so the large-scale mobilization of Carthage's people in the barracks was clearly seen by Leotychides on top of the city wall. He was a little anxious because he could guess why the Carthage army left. It was not that he had not considered taking this opportunity to lead the whole army out of the city to attack the Carthage army that was still in the camp, but the previous night attack had already sounded the alarm for the Carthage people. Since they still dared to do so, they were obviously prepared. Leotychides held the only main force of the kingdom of Dionia in Sicily. In the case of the enemy being outnumbered, he could only take action with a high chance of winning, so he was now anxiously looking forward to the arrival of Cadonai's fleet. Hasdrubal allowed his soldiers to pillage and slaughter the whole of Agrigento, partly to pay tribute to his father, Similco, who had once led an army to conquer Agrigento, so that his soldiers could be freed from the hardships of marching and fighting in the mountains, and partly to get enough food. He had achieved his goal. Agrigento's territory was either mountainous or hilly. Though it was not known for agriculture, it was a famous city of livestock in Sicily. That was why Hasdrubal acquired a large number of livestock, enough to feed an army of 20,000 for half a month. So after a day's rest, while Pamilka marched to Minoa, Hasdrubal left 1,000 soldiers in Agrigento and led 16,000 soldiers eastward along the coast. Their target was Gela. The army had to pass through the city of Ikonom on their way. Why did Leotychides not send reinforcements to this city, and why did Hasdrubal not set this city as his target? Because it was a small Greek city, only slightly larger than Germ. The low walls could only be used to stop wild beasts, not enemies. So Leotychides did not have high hopes for it, and Hasdrubal did not see it as a hindrance. Note: in history, the tyrant of Agrigento built a new city on the Cape of Ikonom 100 years later. A few decades later, during the First Punic War, the largest naval battle in ancient Western history took place near this cape. Carthage and Rome sent in 680 warships, carrying about 290,000 sailors and soldiers. In the end, Rome won. Sure enough, when Hasdrubal arrived with his army, the residents of Ikonom had already fled, leaving only an empty city. Carthage's army successfully moved in. After a night's rest, the army marched eastward the next day, and entered the territory of Gela at noon. Gela had a long history. It was only 4 or 5 years after the founding of Syracuse. It was founded by colonists from Rhodes and Crete, and named after the Gela River in their territory. The Gela River washed down a large amount of soil from the mountains, forming a fertile river plain in Gela's territory. After decades of successful transformation of the river and swamp, Gela became prosperous. At that time, Agrigento had just been founded, and Syracuse was still limited to Ortygia. So 100 years ago, Hippocrates, the tyrant of Gela, and his successor Dillon, launched a war of conquest to the east. In the end, from Messina to Camalina and other Greek colonial cities in eastern Sicily surrendered to Gela. Dillon had his eyes on the geographical location of Syracuse, and moved there. He let his brother Hilon take over Gela, and moved half of the population of Hilon, where he was born, to Syracuse. Thus, the start of Syracuse's prosperity. After Dillon's death, Hilon moved to Syracuse. Since then, the tyrants of Gela had abandoned their original cities and made Syracuse their own center of governance. Gela, which used to be the most powerful Greek city-state in Sicily, began to decline. However, at that time Gela had established a close relationship with Syracuse. The first conflict between Gela and Syracuse occurred more than 20 years ago. On the way to attack Syracuse, Carthage's commander, Himilco, first occupied Agrigento, and then surrounded Gela. Dionysius promised to send reinforcements, but in the end the reinforcements did not arrive, and Gela was occupied. The conflict deepened after the Gela people returned to their homeland. Syracuse had become the overlord of the Greek city-states in Sicily. Dionysius exploited and oppressed the people of his allies, including Gela. The people of Gela were very dissatisfied with him, but they could only obey him because they were afraid of his powerful force. It was not until Dionia defeated Syracuse that the Gela people were grateful to Dionia, but at the same time, they were wary of outsiders who entered Sicily. After 10 years of friendly relations between Dionia and the surrounding city-states, the Gela people finally let down their guard. In this war between Dionia and Carthage, Gela actively provided material assistance and sent troops to participate in the war. Now, Carthage's army had reached the city. This not only made the Gela people nervous, but it also shocked Syracuse and Catani. After all, compared to the series of battles that happened in the west, Gela was much closer to them, so it could attract more people's attention. "Commander, Chalcidas is here," Muculu reported to Leotychides. "Invite him in." A middle-aged officer wearing a purple helmet strode into the hall of the governor's mansion. His name was Chalcidas, and he was born in Catani. After Dionysius conquered Catani, he became a refugee and fled to a settlement in the mountains for a while. Later, he quietly returned to Port Catani and sold his labor for a living. He was not afraid of violence, helped the weak, and handled matters fairly. Therefore, He had a high reputation among the refugees and freedmen in Port Catanei. During the war in southern Italy, Androporus hid in Port Catanei and received great help from him. Later, when Catanei caused a riot, the freedmen he led were also one of the main forces. After Catanei successfully recovered, he also led his troops to help the First Legion chase after Macias's defeated army. However, after the war ended and Catanei was incorporated into the kingdom of Dionia, this hero in the hearts of the Gela people refused to become a royal official or a member of the city council. Instead, he volunteered to be a protector. Every year, he was elected by the Gela people to participate in the kingdom's protector conference because of his outstanding performance. At the same time, he was also the captain of the 1st Brigade of the 8th Legion, and was highly regarded by Leotychides. Commander, Chalcidas reporting for duty. Chalcidas gave a powerful military salute. Chapter 903. Leotychides showed a rare smile and asked, "How's the situation in the barracks today?" Ever since they had occupied Selinus, Leotychides had temporarily taken on the responsibility of managing the entire city, although most of the people in Selinus had been escorted to Catanei. Naturally, he did not have much time and energy to invest in the army. Hence, he usually let Chalcidas manage the barracks for him. So far, there had been no major mistakes. Everything is going well. The defeat of the navy did not affect the morale of our brothers. On the contrary, they hope that you can let them attack the enemy camp again and gain more military merits, Chalcidas replied. Leotychides shook his head lightly. The Carthage people have already been tricked once. It will be difficult for the same trick to work again. However, I am preparing to carry out a large military operation. Saying this, he looked at Chalcidas. Chalcidas stood there with a calm expression. He did not appear to be in a hurry. Leotychides praised him in his heart, but his expression was as cold as ever. Now, the Carthage people have divided their army into 4 parts. One is besieging Selinus, one is attacking Minoa, one is attacking Enna, and one is attacking Gela. The situation is very serious. If you were me, what would you do at this time? For a high-ranking officer like Chalcidas, the information obtained by spies and clippers was usually open to him. Hence, Chalcidas understood the current situation of the battlefield better, and had his own thoughts. He thought for a while and said, "The Carthage army far outnumbers us, but since they are attacking separately, we can use our advantage in the sea to attack them one by one." "Attack them one by one?" Leotychides asked calmly. "Where do you think we should attack first?" "Gela," Chalcidas said without hesitation. Chalcidas said without hesitation, "It's said that the Carthaginian army there isn't a lot of soldiers. They're alone and close to the coast. It's the best target." Leotychides nodded. "You and I are thinking the same thing. I am going to lead the 8th Legion and 4th Cavalry Legion to Gela and defeat the Carthage army as soon as possible. After I leave, you will lead 5,000 reserve soldiers to guard this place." Chalcidas did not respond immediately. Instead, he looked hesitant. This made Leotychides feel strange. After a while, Chalcidas said resolutely, "Lord Commander, 5,000 soldiers are too many. 3,000 will be enough. This way, you will have more soldiers to defeat the Carthage army. I am confident that we can hold on until you return with victory." Leotychides was slightly stunned. He sat on the wooden chair and looked at Chalcidas for a while. Then, he stood up, walked in front of Chalcidas, and patted his shoulder. "After I leave Serenus, I am not only going to defeat the Carthage army in Gela. I am afraid that I will not be back for a long time. Also, Serenus is very important to us, so we must do our best to defend it. That is why I left so many soldiers for you. You don't have to worry about the small number of soldiers I lead. When we reach the east, I have plenty of soldiers to use." After hearing this, Chalcidas immediately said solemnly, "Lord Commander, please rest assured. As long as I am here, Serenus city is here. I will defend Serenus to the death." Leotychides's face twitched. His tone was a little gentle. If you really can't hold on, there is no need for you to defend it. There is a fleet of the Navy at the port to take the soldiers home safely. This war will be very long. In the future, we will have the chance to take Serenus back. Catanai's fleet arrived at the port of Serenus. Leotychides led the army, and was about to board the ship when they bumped into the messenger sent by Minoia asking for help. It turned out that after Pamilca led the Carthage army to the Minoia territory and set up camp, they began to attack Minoia city. Unlike Monadino, Pamilca personally went to the front line to supervise the siege. Coupled with the iron-blooded command of the Iberian army, the soldiers did not dare to slack off. They attacked fiercely, putting a lot of pressure on the Minoia garrison. At this time, when Leotychides received this news, he did not have any good ideas. He could only comfort the Minoia people and ask them to hold on for a while. He would lead the army to rescue them as soon as possible. Under the escort of the Sicilian fleet, the fleet of Leotychides's army entered the port of Gela without a hitch. At the same time, Breru, the commander of the 7th Legion in the Lochley barracks, received an order from the Ministry of Military Affairs. The 7th Legion will head to Catanai within the next day. Urgent. It's finally our turn. Breru's strong body jumped up from his seat and shouted excitedly to his adjutant, "Quickly send someone to inform Administrator Lochley and ask them to prepare for the expedition. Also, inform all the brigades of this news and ask them to recall their soldiers immediately." "Yes, Legion Commander." Not long after, there were continuous cheers in the barracks. After Breru heard this, he smiled. Breru was once the broody leader of Ciudad Abyssinia. Later, Abyssinia was merged into Dionia and he became a senator. However, he did not engage in government affairs like Bagalipi and chose to join the Legion of Dionysia. During the Southern Italian War, he was the first captain of Legio IV. In the end, he was captured by Dionysius together with Legion commander Dracos. Dracos was killed, but he was imprisoned because of his former identity as the broody leader and was eventually rescued. As the only high-ranking officer of the Legion of Dionysia who was captured by Syracuse during the Southern Italian War and survived, he regarded this as the greatest humiliation. He fought bravely in the subsequent wars and was promoted to the commander of the 7th Legion because of his merits. In this war, all the other legions had participated, but only the 7th Legion was still idle. Breru had repeatedly written letters to the Ministry of Military Affairs to complain about this injustice. Not long ago, the Ministry of Military Affairs sent a message saying that Carthage's army had once again landed in Sicily and reminded him to make preparations. Breru began to send out an order to gather the 7th Legion to the surrounding towns. Now, the 7th Legion in the barracks was fully equipped and the morale of the soldiers was high, waiting to go into battle and kill the enemy. But soon, the reply from the Lochley City Hall poured cold water on Breru because there were not enough passenger ships to transport troops in Lochley port for the time being. They needed to wait for another day or two to make preparations. Breru was depressed. At this time, the adjutant reminded him, "There are no ships in Lochley. Isn't there still Ligium?" Breru's eyes lit up. In the past, the soldiers of the 7th Legion came from Lochley, Hibernian, and Colonia. But last year, after Ligium and its son Barina were completely integrated into the kingdom, these two cities were also included by the Ministry of Military Affairs as the source of the 7th Legion's troops. But because the relationship had not been straightened out and because of the outbreak of war, the 7th Legion had not yet sent out a notice to let the military training officers of Ligium and Barina arrange for their citizens to participate in rotation training in the Lochley barrack. Although there were no citizens of Ligium in the 7th Legion for the time being, as a port city guarding the Strait of Messina, Ligium would not lack ships and could definitely help transport troops. Breru immediately said, "Send a messenger to Ligium as soon as possible and ask for their support." The next day, Ligium responded to the 7th Legion's request. Nearly 200 passenger ships sailed into Lochley port at dusk. On the morning of the third day, Brerer left the barracks with more than 8,000 soldiers of the 7th Legion and entered the city of Lochley. The citizens of Lochley gathered on both sides of the street to bid farewell to their loved ones. Unlike the citizens of other cities in the kingdom who bid farewell to the troops, they rarely yelled, were not overly excited, and did not rush into the streets to obstruct the troops. Instead, they stood on the side of the street in a more orderly manner and kept waving. Although after joining the kingdom of Dionia, Lochley no longer implemented the cruel laws set by Zelychus, and there were no more disabled people appearing in more than 10 years, the citizens of the city had integrated restraint and obedience into their blood. At the same time, after Lochley, which was originally an enemy of Dionia, was incorporated into the kingdom, it did not cause any trouble to the king of Devers and the Senate. Of course, an important reason was that the citizens of Lochley, who believed in Persephone and paid attention to the rule of law, were easy to identify with the kingdom of Dionia. Before the troops entered the port, they passed by the shipbuilding workshop of Lochley. There were 7 to 8 large dry docks juxtaposed on the beach, and many shipbuilders were building 3-deck oared warships. Stacks of thick tree trunks were stacked on the sand in the open air. From time to time, there were teams of carriages carrying trees into the workshop. In a number of temporary wooden sheds, carpenters were working non-stop on the rough tree trunks into pieces of flat and smooth ship plank. The people in the workshop were focused on their own work, and few of them were distracted to look at the 7th Legion passing by. This lively and orderly shipbuilding scene was not only seen in Lochley, but also in other seaside towns that had shipbuilding capabilities, such as Thurii, Crotone, Trine, Silatina, Ligium, Tarentum, Catanae, Naxos. The entire kingdom of Dionia was doing its best to build more warships as soon as possible, so that they could continue to gain the upper hand in the war with Carthage. In the morning, the fleet of ships carrying the soldiers of the 7th Legion left the port of Lochley and sailed to Catanae on the eastern coast of Sicily. After receiving the order from the king of Devers, although the Middle-Ades was very excited, he did not immediately lead his fleet to attack Corsica. This was because he wanted to attack Alenia first. Compared to the small strongholds that the Phoenicians had scattered all over Corsica, Alenia, as the only Phoenician town in Corsica, had a small but fertile agricultural land, rich mining, and a relatively large port. Without a doubt, this gave the Middle-Ades an advantage. Chapter 904. However, he also knew that Alenia wasn't an easy city to attack. According to the information he obtained from the intelligence department, there were more than 3,000 militia in the city, and it had a 67-meter-tall city wall. Once a battle broke out, the Third Fleet, which only had 6,000 infantrymen, would have to pay a hefty price to attack Alenia. Moreover, Middle-Ades was good at sea battles and had no experience in land battles. Middle-Ades knew his own strength, so he didn't act blindly. Instead, he gathered his subordinates for a discussion. The commander of the fleet's infantrymen, Maeontid, gave his suggestion: lure the Alenian soldiers out of the city and eliminate them. This would weaken their defensive power, and it would be easier to attack the city. There were 4 commanders of infantrymen in the Dionysian army. They belonged to each of the 4 main fleets, and they were the second in command of each fleet. They had to listen to the command of the fleet commander, and they had the power to manage and train all the infantrymen in the fleet. In times of war, they could command the infantrymen to land on the coast and attack the enemy's territory. The number of infantrymen in the commander's fleet wasn't fixed, and it depended on the number of Raven warships in the commander's fleet. The way to lure them out was to disguise themselves as Etruscan pirates and attack Alenia's silver mines. For the past century, the 2 most famous pirate groups in the Italian peninsula were the Illyrians from the Adriatic Sea and the Etruscans from the west coast. Unlike the Illyrians who became pirates for the sake of survival, the Etruscan pirates were initially formed privately by the Etruscan city-states in order to fight against the Greeks, who were constantly colonizing the Italian peninsula and began to threaten the Etruscan hegemony in central and northern Italy. As the wave of Greek colonization in the western Mediterranean weakened and the final sphere of influence between the two sides was determined, the Etruscan pirates decreased significantly. However, 30 years ago, the number of Etruscan pirates increased again. This time, it wasn't because of the government, but because the Celts in northern Italy began to invade the south and took over the Etruscan lands. This was especially so when the Celtic army swept through the entire Etruscan territory more than 10 years ago and even captured Rome. Many Etruscans fled to the sea and became pirate. Even after the Gauls were defeated, there were still some Etruscans who had tasted the sweetness of reaping without sowing and wanted to continue plundering the west coast of Italy. However, during this period, due to the establishment of the Third Fleet of Dionia, which strengthened the patrolling of the coast of the Kingdom of Dionia and its allies, the number of Etrurian pirates who were frequently attacked was greatly reduced again. They could only hole up in the north of the west coast of Italy, not daring to go south. Although Carthage had once formed an alliance with Etruria and still maintained a tacit understanding of not attacking each other, Alenia had been attacked by Etrurian pirates many times in the past. After Maontide's suggestion was accepted, Mytilades began to make meticulous preparations. He even went to the newly conquered Etruscan city of Kestra to learn about the Etruscan pirates in detail. He even borrowed a few Etruscan cargo ships and the armors and weapons of its soldiers. 2 days later, dozens of warships of the Third Fleet were fully loaded with fleet soldiers. They quietly approached the beach between Alenia and the Etruscan town of Mariana in the north at night. 4,000 infantrymen of the fleet landed on the shore and snuck into the mountains. On the second day, a few Etruscan ships suddenly broke into the coastal waters of Alenia and approached the northern beach of Alenia. More than 200 Etruscan pirates landed on the shore and charged towards a famous silver mine in the mountainous area northwest of Alenia. Ever since the Dionia army landed in the Latin region, the Alenians had been on tenterhooks. However, after 1 or 2 months, the Dionia army didn't land on Corsica's soil. They didn't even see a trace of Dionia's warships in the coastal waters. The Alenians were temporarily relieved. They thought that the Dionysian army was still stuck in the war with Rome and couldn't get out of it. They didn't expect the despicable Etruscan pirates to appear at this time, and they wanted to rob a large silver mine in Alenia, which was an important source of income for Alenia's treasury. After a detailed investigation by the fast ships, they didn't find anything unusual in the coastal waters. Considering how troublesome the Etruscan pirates were, for safety's sake, Alenian judge Carthage decided to get rid of them as soon as possible. So, he urged the city hall to quickly gather 800 Alenian citizen soldiers. He led this army out of the city and quickly headed towards the silver mine. When they attacked the Etruscan pirates who were robbing the silver mine, 4,000 fleet infantrymen suddenly appeared behind them and surrounded them. The Alenian army was quickly defeated. Judge Carthage died in battle, and the soldiers were either killed or captured. The fleet infantrymen first separated the captives and interrogated them separately. Then, they gathered them together and escorted them to the beach. Along the way, the Alenian captives who were at the front of the convoy suddenly started a riot. They knocked down the soldiers who were escorting them, and these captives, whose faces were covered in blood and dirt, turned around to save their companions. Suddenly, the entire convoy fell into chaos. Many Alenians seized this opportunity to escape. When the fleet infantrymen calmed down the riot, more than 200 captives had already escaped to Alenia city. So, the fleet soldiers started to chase after them. The captives ignored their fatigue and ran as fast as they could. When they reached the bottom of the city, they shouted hysterically, "Open the gate! The Dionia army is here! Open the gate!" For the past 100 years, the Hellenians had lived a peaceful life under the protection of Carthage. Other than fighting against the pirates, the Hellenians had been living a peaceful life. When they suddenly heard the news that the Dionia army was here, the guards on the top of the city wall were at a loss of what to do. They saw their compatriots who looked disheveled, and the people who were shouting were all familiar faces. Smoke billowed in the distance, and it was obvious that the enemies were approaching quickly. So, they opened the city gate without hesitation and urged the deserters to hurry in. As soon as the captives ran into the city, dozens of fleet infantrymen hidden among them took out the short swords that were tied to their back. These short swords were hidden by the loose inner clothes, and they stabbed at the captives beside them. The city gate was instantly plunged into chaos. The gate was blocked, and the gate couldn't be closed immediately. The main force of the fleet infantrymen arrived and took advantage of the situation to charge into the city. After a period of fighting in the city, Alenia fell. At dusk, a deep and heavy bugle sounded outside the city of Saturnicum, and the Dionia soldiers who were attacking the city retreated like the tide. In a large tent in the barracks, Tormid was reporting to the Devers, "Your Majesty, we have been attacking Saturnicum for the past few days. The Rome's defense is very tenacious, and we haven't been able to make any progress. The casualties of the soldiers are close to 3,000, and the continuous hard fighting has made the soldiers tired, and their morale is low." "Tormid, you are wrong. The morale of our brothers is still very high, and they are eager to attack the city and avenge their dead comrades. Besides, we have casualties, and the Rome army has also suffered a lot of casualties. They have fewer people than us, and if we attack for a few more days, they won't be able to hold on." Amintas retorted loudly. Tormid didn't argue, and he just looked at the Devers. The Devers' expression was solemn, and he tapped his fingers on the table. After a while, he said, "The Rome army is different from other enemies. They are well disciplined and have a tenacious fighting spirit, and they are not inferior to our soldiers. Besides, their commander, Camillus, is very strong. These days, they have made several sudden attacks during the defense, and they have created a lot of trouble for us. For an army with a tenacious fighting spirit, the fiercer our attack, the fiercer the resistance will be. Besides, Tormid is right. Ever since our soldiers landed in Latin, we have fought many big battles in the past few months, including sieges, surprise attacks, and pursuit battles. In just a few months, we have defeated the Rome army and conquered such a large territory. It's time to slow down. The soldiers are made of flesh, not iron. Even if they are iron, they will bend after repeated collisions. So, I have decided to stop attacking the city tomorrow and continue to besiege Saturnicum. I think the last football game in Rome was very popular with the soldiers, so we can continue to play football and football games in the camp. We can expand the scope of the games. First, we will play between the battalions of the legions, and the winning team will participate in the competition between the legions. Whether it is the winning team within the legion or the champion team between the legions, they will get a generous reward. Let the soldiers relax and be happy." When it came to the soldiers' favorite sport, the legion commanders all smiled and said yes. According to the military concept of the people of Rome, war was the most important event related to the survival of the city. The citizens gathered for the battle, killed the enemy, and returned with all their strength. There had never been a game in the camp, but since the last game, Sextus had been fascinated by this new game. At this moment, his face was full of joy, and he asked, "Your Majesty, will you still bring us to the game this time?" According to Sextus' military position, he was not supposed to appear in the military meeting of the Dionysian army. However, now that the reserve force of Rome had become a force to be reckoned with in the Dionysian army, Tormid had to inform him every time the Devers held a military meeting. Absolutely not. Matones objected loudly, and his attitude was extremely firm. "Your Majesty, you cannot participate in the game. Otherwise, the other legions will not be able to take the game seriously. Don't worry. This time, I will only be a spectator. The Devers smiled at the anxious Matones and then looked at the slightly disappointed Sextus. However, the soldiers of the reserve force really don't know how to play football, let alone football. It is not very fair for your legion to compete with them. Chapter 905. Divers seemed to have remembered something. He turned around and looked at his son, who was standing beside him. Crodo, I have a mission for you. Bring a few staff officers to the camp of the reserve team and teach the soldiers how to play football and football. I will ask Talmud to postpone the game of the reserve team as much as possible. Yes, Your Majesty. I will teach them as soon as possible. After Clodo Catax solemnly answered, he couldn't help but ask, Can I go on stage with them? You will have to ask your Uncle Matones. The Devers smiled at Matones again. Facing Crodocatax's eager gaze, Matones chose to give in. Of course you can. After the celebration in Rome, Sextus now knew that Clodocatax was the son of the king of the Devers, which showed how much importance the Devers attached to the reserve brigade in Rome. He welcomed Clodocatax with open arms. Your Majesty, we will not attack Saturnicum for the time being. What about Antium and Villette? Oliver's asked. For the time being, we will send the cavalry to keep an eye on them. We will discuss this after the football and football games. Although the Devers said that, he already had a plan in mind. He planned to attack Antium next. There were not many soldiers in Antium, and it was a port city. Conquering it would make it easier for them to transport supplies by sea. At the same time, it would put pressure on the garrison in Saturnicum. Your Majesty, Carthage's army has landed in Sicily. This time is different. Our army in Sicily will face a great threat. Shouldn't we end the war with Latin as soon as possible and go to Sicily to rescue them? Amyntas was unwilling to give up, so his tone was a little harsh. Divers looked at him, and his expression became serious. I've said it before. Soldiers are made of flesh, just like us. They are not made of iron. They need proper rest and entertainment to relieve their melancholy and war weariness. Go back and look at your first legion. There are so many new faces compared to when you first came to Wolsey. Don't you feel guilty at all? Since you said that Carthage's army is a threat to Sicily, then we can indeed end the war with Latin as soon as possible if we pay the price of countless casualties and forcefully take Saturnicum. But do you think we can defeat Carthage's army with such a half-crippled army? The Devers' voice was not loud, but everyone could feel the anger in his words. It was as if a gust of cold wind had blown into the tent, and almost everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Amyntas blushed, but he didn't dare to make another sound. Upon seeing this, the Devers slightly smiled and softened his tone before slowly saying, Just because we're not storming Saturnicum doesn't mean that we'll leave it alone. The encampment must continue to advance to the bottom of the city to clear the traps and tighten the encirclement. The ballistae must bombard the city walls every day and throw fireballs into the city. We must build the siege ramparts as soon as possible so that the light infantry can attack the Roman soldiers from afar. In short, we must keep the Roman army in a constant state of tension and exhaustion. Speaking up to this point, the Devers suddenly looked at Sextus in the far corner and asked softly, Sextus, before we attacked Saturnicum, we once asked the Roman family who came down from Capitoline Mountain to persuade them to surrender. Why didn't it work? Everyone's eyes shifted to the Roman general. The young Sextus did not feel nervous because of his family background. He said with a complicated expression, I think this may have something to do with Camillus. He is very respected by the citizens of Rome, and he is also a role model for them to learn from. He brought back the family that your Majesty gave to him at the bottom of Rome. Some of the citizens in the city must have learned from him. The nobles of Rome protect the interests of their clans and will try their best to gain honor for their families. So in the past, surrendering to the enemy will be seen as a disgrace by them. Therefore, many people may learn from Camillus's method. Even if others have other ideas, they will temporarily follow suit. Moreover, we attacked too quickly, and the defenders in the city resisted with all their might. Naturally, no one will quietly leave the city to surrender. Camillus is an amazing person from Rome. No matter how he behaves, no one can criticize him. Moreover, he is good at learning at such an old age. Look at the defensive facilities he set up under the city. He learned from us and even made some improvements. He made us suffer a lot. Unfortunately, according to the Tustrons, he is paralyzed in all 4 limbs. It is said that it is a little difficult for him to speak. It seems that he will not live for long, Devers said with a sigh. When the commanders heard this, they were more or less a little unconvinced. Sextus, on the other hand, showed a bit of sadness on his face. Devers did not linger on this topic. He looked at Sextus and said, "It is now the beginning of August, the harvest season is approaching. Usually, at this time, the people of Dionia are running out of food and are waiting for the harvest. I think the Latin people should be the same." Camillus led the army to retreat to Saturnicum in a hurry. "Even if he has a certain amount of food reserves, I believe there won't be too much. I believe that it won't last long to feed tens of thousands of soldiers. When that time comes, he will ask his family members to go to the city every day to persuade them to surrender. Do you think the tired, hungry, and nervous soldiers of Rome will still be able to uphold their honor?" Sextus thought about it seriously and answered honestly, "I don't think many people can do it." "Yes, they can do it. Starvation is more painful than death." Devers raised his eyebrows and said loudly, "As long as a small number of people choose to leave the city and surrender, it will affect the rest of the Rome garrison. Their morale will rapidly decline until they finally collapse. Sometimes it is more effective to kill people with a soft knife than to fight head-on." "Your Majesty is right. If we don't attack head-on, it will be easier for us to take down Saturnicum. We can also greatly reduce the casualties," Tormid immediately praised. The other legion commanders also expressed their agreement. Only Amyntas didn't say anything. He didn't agree with Sextus. Devers saw this, but he didn't care too much. When he saw Marcius walking into the tent, he asked, "What is it?" "Your Majesty, General Middleades sent a messenger." "Let him in." The messenger of the Third Fleet bowed to King Devers respectfully and said excitedly, "Your Majesty, our Third Fleet conquered Alenia in Corsica yesterday." Everyone in the tent was shocked when they heard this news. Alenia was the largest city in Corsica, and it was no smaller than Adium or Antium. The Third Fleet only had 6,000 infantrymen, and they didn't have any heavy infantrymen. How could they conquer Alenia in such a short time? "How did you conquer Alenia?" Devers asked curiously. The other commanders also pricked up their ears. The messenger immediately explained the whole process of conquering Alenia. He is good at listening to his subordinates' suggestions. Once he made a plan, he would implement it seriously. Middleades did a good job. Devers praised loudly. He should make the most effective battle plan according to the situation of the enemy and us, instead of acting rashly. This way we can achieve victory with minimal casualties. From this point, Middleades is already an excellent commander. Also, the infantryman commander of the Third Fleet is called. His name is Maumontid, Tormid immediately reminded in a low voice. Maumontid. I'll remember it. He is also very good. Devers praised seriously. The other legion commanders also congratulated the victory, but their expressions were a bit complicated. After all, the navy successfully conquered a city without the help of the infantrymen. Amyntas, on the other hand, felt that what Devers said just now was a warning to him. "Your Majesty, Commander Middleades hopes to get your approval to attack the Phoenician towns in Sardinia." Seeing that Devers was happy, the messenger immediately struck while the iron was hot. "Go back and tell Middleades that I told him before that he can choose the target to attack according to his own situation." Devers was in a good mood. He smiled and said, Now that he has conquered Alenia and gained a firm foothold on the Tyrrhenian Sea, of course he can choose the target to attack according to his own situation. However, go back and tell him to keep using his brain to reduce the number of casualties, just like when we conquered Alenia. Your Majesty, I will remember. After the messenger left, Devers looked around at the crowd and said in high spirits, "Everyone, Alexis has conquered Cautim and Beneventum. The Cautini people have been completely defeated, and the Hilpini tribes have succumbed to us. The Caracini and Pentini people have retreated deep into the mountains and are unable to fight back. The Battle of Simone is coming to an end. As for Latin, almost all of the cities in Latin have surrendered, and the surrounding forces have also expressed their friendliness to us. The assists have governed Rome well, and they have maintained stability. When the autumn harvest comes, the people of Rome will benefit again, and their support for Dionia will increase. The entire royal army's food supply will also be greatly improved." Just now, the Third Fleet had sent another piece of good news. The Carthaginian forces in Corsica had been eliminated, and they were about to march into Sardinia. Now, the war in Dionia, north of Lygum, had stabilized. Either they had a great advantage in every battlefield, or they were about to end. In a situation where the overall battle situation is favorable to us, Carthage's army has actually landed in Sicily again. In my opinion, this is not a bad thing, but a good thing. The Sicilian fleet has the advantage of the sea, and both Plessis and Cypros are very capable. They can completely resist the attack of Carthage's people for a period of time, and stall the Carthage army, wearing down their spirit. When we end the Battle of Rome, we will gather the army, rush to Sicily, and annihilate the Carthage army. At that time, I don't believe that Carthage still has the ability to send out another large army. The Devers' words greatly excited the generals. On the third day after Leotychides led his army to Gela, he was already preparing to leave the city to meet the enemy. He did not even have time to wait for the reinforcements from Paxenus to arrive. Why was he in such a hurry? Chapter 906. This was because Leotychides had once again received an urgent request for help from Minoa. Carthage's army had been attacking ferociously for days, and the siege weapons they had created had caused great casualties to Minoa's defenders. Minoa was almost at his breaking point. At the same time, he had also received news from Serenus. The news that he had led his army to leave Serenus port could not be hidden from the Carthage's sentries who were patrolling the coast. The next day, Carthage's army launched an attack on Serenus city. All of this made Leotychides eager to get rid of the Carthage army outside Gera as soon as possible. So, after discussing with the people of Gera and the reinforcements from Camalina, he decided to launch a decisive battle against the Carthage army. In the early morning, Leotychides led 8,000 soldiers from the 8th Legion, 1,000 cavalrymen from the 4th Cavalry Legion, 5,000 soldiers from Gera, and 3,000 reinforcements from Camalina, a total of 17,000 soldiers out of Gera city. After marching 4 miles to the west, they faced the Carthage barracks and got into formation. The arrival of the huge military fleet at Gera port could not be hidden from the Carthage army, which was building a camp near the coast. So, for the past 2 days, Carthage's army did not attack the city. Instead, under Casego's repeated persuasion, Hasdrubal summoned about 2,000 soldiers from Aeginome, leaving only a few hundred behind. In addition, he also issued an order to the Carthage army that was under his command, which had participated in the siege of Enna. So, he ordered 1,500 soldiers to trek through the mountains, traveling day and night. Casego's words moved Hasdrubal. According to the sentry's observation, there are no less than 200 military ships from Dionia. So, at least 10,000 Dionia soldiers have entered Gera. In this way, the number of defenders in the city is about the same as our soldiers. Therefore, the people of Dionia will not only defend the city, but also want to defeat us. Because compared to the huge army led by Lord Margot, our numbers are small, and we are the closest to the territory of Dionia, so we are a great threat to them. As long as we can defeat the Dionysian army, we can achieve the goal that Lord Margot promised in the Senate as soon as possible. We can drive the Dionia out of Sicily, and you, Hasdrubal, will be praised by the people of Carthage. Therefore, when Hasdrubal learned that the Dionia army had left Gera, he could not wait to assemble his troops in the camp. While the Dionia allied army was getting into formation, Hasdrubal led his army out of the encampment. He came to the opposite side of the Dionia allied army and got into formation. Hasdrubal's army consisted of 10,000 mixed Phoenician and Namibian soldiers, 4,000 Iberian soldiers, 2,500 Lusitanian soldiers, 600 Celtic soldiers, and more than 1,000 special soldiers, for a total of about 18,500 soldiers. As the battlefield was a flat grassland, they could see everything within a few miles. The Dionia allied army was the first to get into formation, so it gave Hasdrubal and Casago a chance to observe. The Dionian allied army was arrayed in a battle formation that was about 3 miles long. They were all heavy infantry, stacked one after another like a long iron wall. Because the unique black helmets and black armor of the Legion of Dionysia were unusually conspicuous in the formation, they first attracted Hasdrubal's attention. He found that the Dionysian army was mainly concentrated on the right side of the formation, the left wing of the Dionia allied army. Therefore, after a brief discussion with Casago, he began to arrange the formation. 7,000 mixed Phoenician and Namibian troops were on the left wing, facing the Dionia Legion soldiers. This army was specially formed by the Maganid clan after they went to Iberia to develop. Due to various considerations, they did not recruit the people of Carthage at that time. Instead, they recruited many poor and refugees from the Phoenician allies in the Namibian region and the coast of North Africa. At first, there were 20,000 people, and at its peak there were 40,000 people. They were the main force of the Maganid clan in Iberia to establish a foothold and expand their territory. For more than a decade, under the leadership of Casago and Maganid, they had fought countless battles with the fierce indigenous people of Iberia. They were the most important force of the Maganid clan. For this attack on Sicily, Casago brought 20,000 people and 10,000 soldiers to stay in southern Iberia. In the middle, Hasdrubal was going to let the remaining 3,000 Phoenician and Namibian soldiers and 2,000 Iberian infantry guard. The Iberian infantry was composed of the indigenous people living in southern Iberia. Although they were not as fierce as their distant relatives, the Lusitanians, they had a large population and were more united. They had once caused a lot of trouble for the Maganid clan in the conquest of southern Iberia. It took about 6 or 7 years to make most of the tribes surrender to Casago. Therefore, Casago did not dare to enslave the southern Iberian races like Carthage had enslaved the Namibians. Instead, he listened to his nephew Hacker's opinion. As long as they surrendered, they would not be deprived of their territory, and they would be allowed to live freely in the area under their jurisdiction. They would not be taxed, and they would not interfere with the internal affairs of the tribes. They would also trade daily necessities with these tribes at a lower price, but these tribes also had obligations that they had to abide by, not to violate the laws of the colony. This law was not Carthage's law, but Hacker's law based on the situation in southern Iberia. When the Maganid clan launched a war, they needed to provide a source of soldiers. Of course, if they won, they would also receive generous rewards. In addition, wars were not allowed between the tribes. Once there was a conflict, it was handed over to the Maganid clan to mediate and resolve it. This was tantamount to the Maganid clan becoming the great leader of the tribes in southern Iberia. The interests of the tribes were not harmed, but instead received a lot of benefit. Naturally, the resistance against Casago was greatly reduced. At this point, Casago's territory in southern Iberia not only remained generally stable, but also had a large number of free soldiers, greatly reducing the military costs of maintaining the territory's security and also reducing the number of mercenaries, mainly referring to the Phoenician and Namibian troops. In this landing, Kisego brought 15,000 Iberian infantry. The right wing was composed of 2,500 Lusitanian soldiers and 2,000 Libyan soldiers. The right wing had the least number of soldiers, but Hasdrubal pinned his hopes of victory on the right wing, because of the presence of the Lusitanian soldiers. The Lusitanians were actually a branch of the Celt. They were tall and strong, fast and powerful, and good at using large shields and facata daggers. Their use of weapons was similar to their relatives, the Iberian infantry, except that the Iberian infantry was more stable, while the Lusitanians were more violent and more suitable for attack. So Hasdrubal arranged them at the far right end, hoping to use them to open up the road to victory. As for the 600 Celtic warriors, Hasdrubal left them at the back of the middle path. It wasn't because he had the habit of keeping a reserve force, but because he had vaguely noticed that there were quite a number of riders in the Dionian army. Hasdrubal and his uncle Kisego had carefully studied the past battles of the Dionia and found that cavalry played a very important role. They even used it in the conquest of southern Iberia, using cavalry many times to defeat the enemy and turn the tide of the battle. After all, Carthage's cavalry was very rich. Carthage cavalry, Namibian cavalry, Mauritanian cavalry, and even the Lusitanians had a lot of cavalry. This time, the army led by Kisego had more than 7,000 cavalry. But because Hasdrubal had to lead the army across the mountains, ambush the cycles, and then attack the rear of the Dionysian army, the cavalry became a burden, so there was no cavalry in the army. So he had to leave the Celts behind to protect another unit, jointly defending against the Dionia cavalry's attacks on the flanks of the army. Of course, the Celts were rebellious, and it was difficult for them to cooperate with other units in battle, which would only hinder the attack. This was also the reason why they were singled out. For this reason, Hasdrubal also let Kisego guard the rear of the middle road, and one of the tasks was to restrain this Celtic unit. After these arrangements were completed, Hasdrubal ran to the right flank. He wanted to personally attack the enemy with the Lusitanians. The leader of a Carthage army was actually lined up with a group of indigenous people, and he was even at the front of the army. This was indeed unprecedented for the Carthage nobles, and even Kisego could not do such a thing. But because of this, Hasdrubal won the respect of the Iberians, Lusitanians, and even the Celts. Everyone was willing to listen to his command. When Leotychides received the report from the scouts, and learned that the Carthage army had left the camp, he felt relieved. The battle today would definitely continue. He began to make a more detailed formation. The 6,000 heavy infantry of the 8th Legion lined up from the right flank to the center, and there were only 8 horizontal rows. This way, the 8th Legion occupied half of the army's length. The Gela heavy infantry connected with the 8th Legion, and they increased the number of horizontal rows to 14. On the left of the Gela were the Camarina heavy infantry, which also had 14 horizontal rows. The formation of the Dionia coalition army was like a chopper, with a thin wooden handle on the right and a thick blade on the left. Leotychides had no choice but to make this arrangement. The Legion of Dionysia and their allies on the south coast had fought together for a few months, and he had a deeper understanding of the Greek city-states' armies. Most of them were skilled in heavy infantry combat, and they were brave in battle. However, they were less disciplined and could not fight for long. When they encountered a setback, they were more likely to collapse. Out of concern for them, he thickened their formation. This way, even if the soldiers in the front line, who were wearing thick Greek heavy infantry armor, wanted to retreat, they would be pushed by the soldiers in the back, and had no choice but to move forward. Otherwise, they would be more likely to die from the enemy's attacks and the trampling of their own comrade. Chapter 907. Furthermore, Leotychides took into account that there were many older citizens among the soldiers of Gela, The people of Gela had come out in full force to protect their homeland, so he deliberately thickened the formation so that it would not be easy for the enemy to break through the front. At the same time, he took into account the weakness of the Greek heavy infantry. If the flanks were attacked, they would be easily defeated. Therefore, Leotychides placed the left wing close to the coast. This would prevent Carthage's army from making a detour from the left and attacking the flanks of their allies. Another purpose of thickening the formation was to shorten the length of the formation. Although the land to the west of Gela was flat, it was not wide. It was only 7 to 8 miles from the coast to the mountains. Leotychides needed to leave enough space for the cavalry to gallop outside the right wing. He had pinned the chance of victory on the right wing of the Dionia's army. This was because the 8th Cavalry Regiment, which he trusted, was there. There were also 1,300 cavalrymen, 1,000 cavalrymen from the 4th Cavalry Regiment and 300 cavalrymen from Gela and Camalina, who could attack the flanks of Carthage's army at any time. He learned from the people of Gela that there were no cavalrymen among the Carthage's army that came to attack the city. The scouts of Dionia had also confirmed this news. After careful consideration, he understood the reason. That was why he dared to fight against Carthage's army so soon. The cavalry was his biggest reliance. Leotychides and his adjutant, Mucilu, rode in front of the army, watching the situation of Carthage's army on the opposite side. There were also scouts reporting to him about the entire formation of Carthage's army. Although Dionia's intelligence department did not collect much intelligence on Carthage's army in the Iberian region, this was because in order to protect the source of its precious metal mines, Carthage had clearly stated in the previous peace agreement with Dionia that Dionia merchant ships were not allowed to trade with Carthage's territory in Iberia. At the same time, Margo's control of his territory was also strict, and he was vigilant against outsiders. It was quite difficult for Dionia's intelligence personnel to enter the southern part of Iberia, where Carthage belonged. Leotychides roughly knew that the infantry wearing pointed helmets, white linen breastplates, outer chainmail, and holding spears and shields were Phoenician and Namibian infantry. The infantry wearing flat helmets, white lining with purple edges, outer armor, and holding long shields and short swords were Iberian infantry, and the soldiers wearing black robes, armor, and also holding long shields and short swords might be the rumored Lusitanian warriors. After roughly understanding the situation of the Carthage army's formation, Leotychides breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He turned to Mucilu and said, "It seems that the Carthage people are really worried about the attack power of our legion soldiers, so they specifically placed their main force in Iberia on the left flank. In this way, we will first set up the formation and use the 8th Legion to attract the opponent's main force and reduce the pressure on the friendly soldiers." The reason why he said this was because Mucilu had reminded him before that it was best not to set up the formation before the enemy arrived, because it was mentioned in the military law of Dionia that it was best not to let the enemy know their own formation deployment before the battle, so as not to have the opportunity to make targeted arrangements. At this time, Mucilu did not blindly agree. He reminded, "Sir Commander, the Carthage people have placed those Lusitanians on their right flank. In the past, it was rumored that the Messapi, the Lucanians, and the Simonians were very fierce, but they did not pose much of a threat to Dionia. Now, it is rumored that the Lusitanians are very fierce. I think we should not blindly listen to these rumors. Let's see how the battle goes first." There was a hint of disdain in Leotychides' calm tone. He reminded Mucilu in turn, "The biggest advantage of the Greek heavy infantry is that their frontal defense is very strong, and their attack power is not weak either. This is precisely the area in which our coalition army is superior to them other than the cavalry. Therefore, as long as it is a frontal battle, we will not be at a disadvantage." At this time, the messenger of the 8th Legion rushed over and reported to him that the Legion had finished setting up the formation. Leotychides immediately looked back to the left. The noise was still incessant, and he could not help but feel a little dissatisfied. Immediately send someone to urge the Jelens and Kamalina people to speed up the formation. After saying that, he turned his horse around, passed through the gap in the formation, and returned to the back of the middle road. Woo! More than 10 minutes later, the Dionia coalition army blew the horn to attack. The entire army began to move forward slowly, and the fastest was the light infantry of the 8th Legion. They passed through the gap in the chessboard formation of the 8th Legion, and rushed towards the enemy in a loose formation. They wanted to use arrows and javelins to give the enemy the first wave of attacks, to disrupt the enemy's formation, and to pave the way for the subsequent attack of the heavy infantry. Hasdrubal and Kasago knew about the past battles of Dionia, and naturally knew about this set of heavy infantry tactics of Dionia. When they saw the black helmets and black armor of the 8th Legion on the opposite side of their left flank, they were prepared. Therefore, when the light infantry of the 8th Legion rushed out of the formation, Kasago also responded by sending out the army that had been waiting at the rear of the left flank. There were about 1,700 men in this army, and 500 of them were Lusitanian harpooneers dressed in black robes. They held a kind of javelin with a hook. This kind of javelin was difficult to pull out after piercing into the human body. Therefore, the Lusitanian harpooneers were feared in Iberia. The 1,200 soldiers behind them were dressed in unlined white clothes, with a heavy sack tied around their waist and a dagger. They did not wear helmets or armor, and were even barefoot. They only held a catapult made of wool and linen in their hands. Yes, they were catapults from the Balearic Islands. The Balearic Islands were a series of islands in the western Mediterranean near the east coast of the Iberian Peninsula. The inhabitants of the islands had a tradition of training catapult. Children were trained as soldiers from an early age, and their mothers did not even give their children bread in the beginning, until they hit a distant target with a catapult for the first time. The Balearic people, who lacked resources and materials, used a large number of cheap catapults to defend the security of the island, and residents with superb catapult skills often used this skill to obtain meat and improve their lives, such as using catapults to hit birds. Margot occupied the southern part of Iberia, mainly the southeast, which was adjacent to the Balearic Islands. He obtained the loyalty of the Balearic people by providing them with sufficient food. In the process of conquering Iberia, the Balearic catapults played a big role. This time, Margot brought 1,500 Balearic catapults to the expedition to Sicily. After the Balearic people walked out of the army, they stopped moving forward. They put their hands into the sack around their waist. The sack was divided into 3 compartments, each containing 3 types of lead shot. They took out the lightest lead shot, put it into the bag of the catapult, and then began to swing it. Because the Dionia coalition forces had just begun to advance, after the 8th Legion's light infantry rushed out of the army, they were still more than 400 meters away from the opposite enemy, so they were moving forward quickly. Before the formation had completely dispersed, they suddenly saw a dark cloud flying in the sky in front of them. Watch out for flying stones. Protect your head. The captain of the light infantry shouted hoarsely, and his face changed a little. With the reminder of the team officers, the light infantry, who had never been attacked by the catapults, lowered their heads and covered their necks with their hands. Although the Dionia light infantry wore unlined clothes, they were all equipped with leather helmet. After the lead shot fell, there was a loud groan, but there were not many casualties. Hurry up! Close in on the enemy! With the reminder of the team officers, the light infantry, whose bodies were aching from the flying stones, sped up. In the process, they were hit by a few more rounds of lead shot. Due to the shortening of the distance, the Balearic catapults had replaced the small lead shot with the medium, and finally with the large. Since the Lusitanian harpoon gunners had rushed up, and the Dionia light infantry, of course, had also begun to attack, it was impossible for them to cover their faces with their hands. This caused their injuries to skyrocket, especially the archers. Due to their long range, they became the main targets of the Balearic catapult. Archery was a delicate sport that required a lot of physical strength. It required most of the muscles of the archer's upper body to work together in order to pull the bowstring and shoot a precise and powerful arrow. Even if the lead shot did not hit the head, it would still damage the muscles and tendons of other parts of the body, which would seriously affect the archer's combat effectiveness. The opposite Carthage had catapults? Leotychides was slightly shocked after listening to the urgent report of the cavalry scout. "Sir Commander, this may be the Balearic catapults mentioned in the intelligence," Mukherjee reminded. The Ministry of Military Affairs had previously mentioned that there were Balearic catapults in Margot's Namibian army. But this time, after the army led by Margot landed in Sicily, whether it was the siege of Serenus, the sneak attack on the Cycles, the siege of Enna, and the siege of Gela, they did not use this unit. Therefore, Leotychides had neglected their existence for a while. At this time, he immediately issued an order: let the bugler blow the bugle horn on the right flank to speed up the advance. Let the soldiers of the 8th Legion engage the enemy as soon as possible to prevent the catapults from disrupting our formation. Woo woo woo. The bugle horn sounded hurriedly from the rear. Upon hearing the bugle, the officers of the 8th Legion of all levels immediately ordered the companies and platoon flag-bearers to wave the raised military flags forward. The soldiers of the entire right flank gradually advanced forward. The light infantry brigade was at a disadvantage in the long-range contest with the enemy, but they still gritted their teeth and held on. As a member of the entire legion, the light infantry officers knew very well that they had to buy time for their heavy infantry comrades in the rear. They could not allow the enemy catapults to attack the phalanx of the legion. Chapter 908. When the captain shouted retreat, the light infantry quickly retreated as if relieved of a heavy burden, reaching the rear through the gaps in the phalanx. At this time they still had about 700 people, and almost all of them were more or less injured. When the 8th Legion was 50 meters away from the Carthage army, they slowed down and quickly changed their chessboard formation into a tight phalanx. The Balearic stone throwers and Lusitanian harpooneers also took the opportunity to withdraw from the narrow space between the two armies. They had suffered nearly 200 casualties and had a slight upper hand. When the soldiers of the 8th Legion saw the enemy light infantry retreat, they slowed down and drew their javelins at the same time, getting ready. At this time, the Phoenician and Namibian infantry on the opposite side, under the orders of the team officers, suddenly began to move forward, ready to charge at the 8th Legion. This action of the Phoenician infantry disrupted the offensive rhythm of the 8th Legion. After throwing the first round of javelins, the soldiers had no choice but to charge and fight the enemy. Compared to the frenzied advance of the right flank, the middle and left flank of the Dionia coalition army were still advancing slowly, while the middle and right flank of the Carthage army were still motionless and even in formation. Compared to the well-trained Phoenician infantry, both the Iberian infantry and the Lusitanian warriors seemed a little slow. Fortunately, Hasdrubal was in the right flank. Under his loud shouts and commands, the Iberians and Lusitanians on the right flank could not wait to advance after getting into formation. This was especially true for the Lusitanians on the far right. They were running very fast. At this time, the two sides were 100 meters apart. The left flank of the coalition army was still advancing at a steady pace, but through the narrow eye-holes of the Corinth helmet, the Commonlina soldiers found that the enemy had rushed up to them in the blink of an eye. Only then did the team officers hurriedly give the order to charge, but before they could fully accelerate, the Lusitanian warriors crashed into them. The powerful force passed through the round shields to their bodies. If not for the thick formation behind them as support, the Commonlina soldiers at the front would have been knocked away. But even so, they were knocked to the ground and lost their best defensive posture. Of course, the Lusitanian warrior would not let go of this great opportunity. The sharp Fakata dagger in his hand stabbed forward fiercely. The Commonlina soldiers screamed and fell one after another, and the soldiers who had defended against this attack were still fearful of the tall, burly, and fierce-looking enemies in front of them. When the two sides in the middle finally approached each other, the battle between the Dionia coalition army and Carthage's army had entered a full-scale battle. The battle formation of the two sides was completely diagonal, with the army in the north facing the west and the army in the south facing the east. The battle line, which was more than 3 miles long, was shrouded by the dust stirred up by the soldiers of both sides. Shouts, sounds of fighting, and screams could be heard everywhere. In such a vast and noisy battlefield, Leotyzides could not even catch a glimpse of the situation. The only thing he could rely on was the scouts at the rear of the formation. They would report the situation of the battle to Leotyzides, who was at the rear of the middle from time to time. Are the soldiers advancing or retreating? Are there more casualties on our side or on the other side? The first problem was easily observable, while the second problem required the scouts' own judgment. Mukola would record the information reported by the scouts on a wooden board he carried with him to judge the outcome of the battle. "Lord Commander, look!" Mukola raised the wooden board to Leotychides's eyes with a serious expression. "This is the situation at the beginning of the battle. This is the situation now. Our left flank has retreated a lot, the middle has retreated a little, and our right flank of the 8th Legion has not advanced much." Leotychides stared at the wooden board full of data. In fact, he had heard the reports of the scouts and had a rough idea of the situation, but the drawing on the wooden board was more intuitive and clear. Leotychides's already cold face became even more gloomy. At the beginning of the battle, he was quite relaxed, because his initial plan had been realized. Carthage's men had indeed followed the formation that he had set up, and both sides were facing off against each other with heavy infantry. He thought that with the Greek heavy infantry's superior defensive capabilities, they would be able to maintain a stalemate for a long time, and thus consume more of the enemy's stamina, which would be beneficial to the next step of his plan. What he did not expect was that after only half an hour of battle, the left flank was at a disadvantage. He felt that he had taken Carthage's army very seriously, but the enemy's performance was still beyond his expectations. "Let the cavalry attack." He thought for a while and gave the order. Mukola was slightly surprised. He knew that the original plan was not like this, but to wait until both sides had fought for a long time and were a little tired. Moreover, the 8th Legion on the right flank still had a clear upper hand, and the 4th Cavalry Regiment's attack was the final step that would decide the outcome of the battle. But now it was used prematurely. Of course, Mukola did not dissuade them. He knew that the situation was slightly disadvantageous to the Allied forces. "Wait a minute." Leotychides hesitated for a while, and then said decisively again, "Let the Light Armor Brigade and the Light Infantry Brigade follow the cavalry and attack the flanks of Carthage's left flank together." Mukola was stunned. This time, he could not help but remind the commander, "Commander, the Light Armor Brigade is our only reserve force. The Carthage's men have stone throwers, and they are a great threat to the cavalry." Leotychides said calmly, "The reserve force is used at the crucial moment, and now is the crucial moment." Mukola did not say anything else. When he sent the messengers to inform the 3 troops, he felt a little uneasy. After all, Leotychides had bet all his chips on the left flank of Carthage's army, and from then on, he had lost the ability to interfere with the overall situation of the battle. The 4th Cavalry Regiment and their allies, who had been waiting for half an hour at the rear of the right flank, could not wait any longer. Therefore, when they received the order to attack, the regiment commander took the lead, and the other cavalrymen followed closely behind. The 1,000 cavalrymen of the 4th Cavalry Regiment formed a long column of 4 horses, followed by 300 of their allies. The 4th Cavalry Regiment of Dionia was the weakest of the 4 major cavalry regiments in the kingdom. In the territory of Greece, Bruttii, Messapi, and Pacheti were considered races that were good at raising horses and had the ability to provide cavalry. However, the territory of Sicily did not have such conditions. Moreover, raising a war horse was different from an ordinary horse. Not only did it need a lot of fodder, but it also needed a lot of beans to ensure that it had enough strength to carry the cavalry. At the same time, frequently riding a war horse, whether it was in battle or during training, it was extremely easy for a horse to get injured. Therefore, usually, a family of cavalrymen would raise at least 2 horses to meet the basic needs of training and battle. Obviously, raising a war horse was a huge burden even for the wealthy citizens of Dionia and those who specialized in raising and selling horses. There was no tradition of raising horses in the territory of Sicily. Moreover, most of the people in the territory were refugees who had been persecuted by Syracuse many times. There were not many rich people, so when the 4th Cavalry Regiment was first established, there were very few citizens who signed up. After years of development, the lives of the people in the territory of Sicily had greatly improved. In addition, the kingdom's Senate had passed many preferential bills for the citizens who became cavalrymen. For example, the families of cavalrymen did not have to pay land tax, and every month, the Ministry of Military Affairs would give a certain amount of subsidies to each cavalryman. It could be said that the cavalry was the only army in Dionia that had a fixed salary. Under the stimulation of these favorable factors, the 4th Cavalry Regiment only had a little more than 1,000 people, far from being full. All these years, the 4th Cavalry Regiment had been living in the barracks and had not experienced any war. Since the beginning of this war, they had only played a supporting role and had not made any significant contributions. The cavalrymen were eager to prove themselves, so they bypassed the right flank of the enemy's formation and drew a long arc a few hundred meters behind the enemy's left flank. Under the influence of the extremely excited soldiers around him, Acidames deliberately ignored Leotyzides' warning. Instead of waiting for the arrival of the Light Armor Brigade and the Light Infantry Brigade, he decided to launch a tentative attack first. After receiving the order to attack, the cavalrymen began to move their horses at a slow pace. However, before they could pick up their pace, they were attacked by the Balearic stone throwers. Even from a few hundred meters away, the Balearic stone throwers were still quite accurate. Moreover, they deliberately focused on the horses. Compared to the cavalrymen in leather helmets and armor, the war horse was a sensitive animal. As soon as it was hit by a lead pellet, it immediately neighed and jumped, abandoning the soldiers riding on it and running in all directions in a panic. In an instant, the sound of horses neighing could be heard everywhere. The cavalrymen who fell to the ground hurriedly chased after their war horses. The scene was chaotic, and the attack was forced to stop. After a rough calculation, Acidames found that he had lost more than 90 cavalrymen, which amounted to 1/10 of the total number of cavalrymen in the regiment. He could not help but feel a great pain in his heart. He no longer dared to act rashly, and instead waited for the arrival of reinforcements. More than 10 minutes later, the 2 brigades arrived. While they were waiting, the cavalrymen did not slack off. Acidames sent out a small team of cavalrymen to investigate. After paying a price of some casualties, they returned with the general situation of Carthage's left flank. The enemy's stone throwers were arranged in a loose linear formation 100 meters away from the enemy's formation, facing the 4th Cavalry Regiment. In front of them were hundreds of javelin throwers and hundreds of light infantry guards. As most of the Celts were bare-chested and did not wear armor, the Dionia cavalry thought that they were light infantry. Chapter 909. Thus, when the 2 brigades arrived, Acidames took out the battle plan that he had already thought of. After discussing and perfecting it with the 2 captains, they began to execute the plan. The light armor battalion was at the front, and the light infantry battalion was behind them after distancing themselves from them. As for the cavalry, they stayed where they were, waiting for the 2 battalions to entangle the enemy. Then, they would circle around the enemy's flank and attack. The soldiers of the 8th Legion's Light Armor Brigade raised their leather shields diagonally above their heads to defend against the enemy's flying stones. They charged at the enemy with a wide front. The light armor brigade, which was mostly made up of cycles who had become citizens of Dionia, advanced quickly. The Balearic catapults had just thrown 2 rounds of large lead pellets when the light armor brigade, which had suffered light casualties, had already reached the enemy. Most of the Lusitanian harpooneers did not seize this opportunity to throw the javelins in their hands. Because this kind of heavy hooked javelin was not easy to make, each of them only carried 3 javelins, which had been used up in the previous battle with the light infantry. They only had 1 left in their hands, and they wanted to use it as a weapon to deal with the next battle. The Lusitanian harpooneers did not move, but the Celtic warriors could not hold themselves back. They roared in anger, holding wooden shields in their left hands and great swords in their right as they swarmed forward. When the Dionia harpooneers saw a group of fierce-looking, half-naked men with unkempt hair charging towards them, they could not help but feel apprehensive. They ran like horses, roared like thunder, and raised their great swords high in the air. According to the training of the Light Armor Brigade, they should take the initiative to approach the enemy and unleash the power of their short swords. However, many of the Light Armor Brigade were intimidated by the enemy's aura and hesitated, not daring to approach them. In the blink of an eye, the Celtic warriors arrived in front of them, their great swords whistling through the air as they slashed down. The Light Armor Brigade raised their leather shields to block. Bang! It was as if a large rock had smashed into their shields. Their entire left arm felt a jolt of pain, and the numbness made it impossible for them to muster any strength. They could only use their shields to block and retreat. Some of the Celtic warriors' great swords even slashed into the leather shields, almost injuring the arms of the Light Armor Brigade. One could imagine the shock in the hearts of the light armor soldiers. They could not help but retreat. The Celtic warriors relied on their height and long legs, and they were like maggots attached to bones. The great swords in their hands chased and slashed continuously, breaking the leather shields of some of the lightly armored soldiers. Some of the lightly armored soldiers were even injured. As the great swords used by the Celtic warriors were extremely powerful, the wounds they caused were extremely terrifying. The injured soldiers lay on the ground and wailed in pain, which affected the morale of the lightly armored soldiers. If it were not for the strict military laws of Dionia, some of the soldiers would have already fled. The light armor captain was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, complaining about the scout's mistake. How are these light infantry? They're even scarier than heavy infantry. He racked his brains for a countermeasure. Disperse. Start running. Lure the enemy away. The role of Dionia's light-armored soldiers was never to fight in formation, but to use their light footwork to attack the enemy's weakness and chase after the defeated soldiers. Therefore, speed training was the focus of military training, and armed long-distance running was one of the most common events. Just as the officer began to relay the order, the lightly armored soldiers who were barely holding on under the pressure of the Celtic warriors immediately turned around and ran. However, they did not expect the Celtic warriors to be as strong as them. Even though the great swords and wooden shields in their hands were heavier than theirs, their running ability was not any weaker than theirs. Even when they ran at full speed, they could not pull apart the distance between them. Of course, the lightly armored soldiers who were still in shock did not know that these Celtic warriors lived in the mountains of northern Liberia. They mainly hunted and looted for a living. Long periods of chasing prey in the mountains had given them great stamina. However, the combative and easily angered Celtic warriors obviously did not have a sense of the bigger picture. Most of the warriors were in a hurry to chase after the Dionia light-armored soldiers, forgetting the mission they were supposed to carry out. The Balearic stone throwers had lost their protection, and the 8th Legion's light infantry brigade was already in front of them. The battle between the stone throwers and light infantry began once again, but this time, the distance between the two parties was much closer. Some of the Dionia javelin throwers saw that the Balearic stone throwers only had a dagger with them, so they simply held their javelins and braved the rain of stones to rush forward and engage in close combat. Fortunately, there were still nearly 300 Lusitanian javelin throwers mixed in with the Balearic stone throwers. They rushed out in time and used their javelins as spears. The Lusitanians were obviously much stronger. Relying on their height and strength, they had the upper hand in the battle. For the Balearic stone throwers, their advantage was not only in long-range attacks, but also in close-range accurate throws. On the battlefield where both parties were fighting, the Balearic stone throwers split up and searched for their own targets. They used large lead pellets to throw at the Dionia archers and javelin throwers who were only 30 to 40 meters away, increasing their lethality by several times. Therefore, when Acidames, the commander of the 4th Cavalry Legion, saw that the light-armored soldiers were being chased by the foreign warriors and that the light infantry were at a disadvantage, with soldiers falling one after another, he became very anxious. He immediately urged the cavalry to speed up, and while the attention of the Balearic stone throwers was distracted by the light infantry brigade, they circled behind them and defeated them. The Carthage left a few hundred foreign warriors at the back to protect their Balearic stone throwers. Our light infantry brigade was actually forced to retreat. When the adjutant, Mokru, heard the news from the scout, he could not help but feel shocked. He quickly looked at Leotychides and said, "Lord Commander, the Carthage have actually learned to use reserve troops. Now that the Camalinas are obviously unable to hold on, what should we do?" Leotychides did not seem to hear it. He sat on his horse like a statue, but his eyes were fixed on his right front. That was the 8th Legion that he had high hopes for. However, the surging black tide had encountered a reef, causing the speed of their advance to slow down. It was very likely that the 8th Legion had suffered a lot of casualties after the Battle of Minoa, and they had to replenish a lot of reserve troops, causing their combat effectiveness to drop. Of course, this also showed that the mixed Phoenician and Namibian infantry that they were facing was not a weak army. It was all because of the weak performance of the Carthage army in the Battle of Minoa that caused him to subconsciously misjudge the combat effectiveness of the Carthage army this time. At such a critical juncture, Leotychides could not help but search for various reasons that caused his misjudgment. Ever since he had participated in battles as an adult, including the battles in Sparta, he had not experienced defeat so far, so it was inevitable that he would lose his composure. He gripped the reins tightly with both hands and suddenly turned around and shouted, "Get me a long shield and a spear." The guard behind him immediately handed him his own. He reached out and took it, jumped off the horse, and waved it a few times. Then he raised his spear and shouted, "Soldiers, follow me to kill the enemy." According to the military law of Dionia, the commander of the legion had 50 guards, and the regional commander had 100 guards. As the commander, Leotychides should have 100 guards, but in fact, he only had 1 legion. In order to let his soldiers participate in the battle as much as possible, he did not increase the size of his guards. These 50 guards immediately responded to Leotychides' call. He raised his shield and spear and led the way forward. With every step he took, his body became more familiar with the shield and spear. That's right, he was not just a general, he was also an excellent warrior. He was the only one in the Sparta royal family who had participated in the cruel Agog training since he was young. He was also the one who amazed the senior squad officers of Dionia with his excellent skills during the new recruit training camp of Dionia. Just as his blood began to boil, a war horse rushed out from the side and blocked his way. Mokru shouted from the horse, "Lord Prososus, you are the commander. Please stay in your post and command the army. Don't leave without permission." Leotychides looked at him coldly. "I can no longer command the army. The only thing I can do now is to join the battle and increase our chances of victory. Don't waste my time, get out of my way." "Lord Prososus." Mokru did not move, but his tone was firm. It's written clearly on the first page of the military law of Dionia. A leader cannot be arrogant because of victory, cannot be discouraged because of failure, cannot be blinded by anger, cannot be weakened by sorrow. Eliminate all external interference like a god, and calmly analyze the situation of the battle. This is the quality that a great general must have. Lord Prososus, you are the commander of the kingdom of Sicily. Your responsibility is to protect the entire territory of Sicily. You should not be too concerned about losing 1 or 2 battles. If you abandon your duty, if the battle really fails, who will command our soldiers to retreat safely? Who will minimize the casualties of our soldiers? If the 8th Legion suffers heavy losses, will we still have the strength to defend Sicily? Mukru's words were like the morning bell, causing Leotychides to be stunned on the spot, his expression uncertain. After a while, he silently returned the shield and spear to the guard, then flipped over the horse and shook the reins. Under his control, the war horse began to trot to the right. Lord, you are going to... Mukru was shocked, thinking that his advice did not work. I am going to the right flank to supervise the battle. The outcome of the battle is still uncertain until the last moment, Leotychides said with a cold face as he rode the war horse to the north. Mukru relaxed a little and urged his horse to catch up. Chapter 9-10. The company captain Diocassus's 4 squads were stacked in front and behind, forming a section of the right-wing formation that was about 26 or 27 meters long. Located in the center, he had been paying close attention to the battle of the soldiers at the front. Compared to the battle in Minoa, the level of danger was far less. The enemy on the other side did not look tall or strong, and their attacks were not fierce. The impact of the formation was not very strong, and the pressure on the soldiers was not too great. But after a long period of close observation, Diocassus knew that the soldiers under his command had encountered a strong enemy. First of all, the enemy on the other side had a strong defense. They were very good at using shields for defense and cooperated well with each other. Second, they were very experienced in dealing with the soldiers' dagger attacks, so the close-range dagger fight that the Legion of Dionysia's infantry was proud of was not very effective. Third, they were experienced in combat and had a good grasp of the rhythm of the attack. They did not easily wave the spears in their hands, but first focused on using long shields to defend against the soldiers' fierce attacks, and used appropriate retreat to cushion the impact. When the enemy's momentum slowed down, they would immediately counterattack with their spears, forcing the enemy to retreat or even stab them. Therefore, the company commanded by Diocassus had always been in a state of advancing 3 steps and retreating 2 steps. Their progress was slow. Of course, he would not know that the reason why the Maganid family recruited the Phoenician and Namibian refugees was that they were cheap to hire and could endure hardship. Moreover, they did not belong to any city-state or tribe, so it was easy to cultivate loyalty. After undergoing rigorous training, the Phaeno infantry had indeed become the main force of the Maganid family's campaign on the Iberian Peninsula. Because the enemies they faced for more than a decade were fierce indigenous people, the Phaeno soldiers, who did not have the advantage in strength and speed, relied on tenacious defense and tacit cooperation to wear down the enemy in a protracted confrontation, or to tie down the enemy's main force. Then, the swift Namibian cavalry or Mauritanian cavalry would circle around the enemy's rear to attack, and finally defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. This had become a common tactic used by generals such as Mago and Hasdrubal to deal with the Iberian indigenous people. Since the Iberian natives mostly used Fakata daggers, the Fairu infantry naturally had a lot of experience in dealing with dagger attacks. As the high-ranking officer of the Legion, Diocassus was anxious. Before the battle, Leotychides had already briefly explained his intentions to them. The 8th Legion was the key to victory for Dionia's allied forces in this battle. However, when Diocassus looked at the soldiers who were fighting hard in front of him, he guessed that the situation of the other companies would be the same. Since the beginning of the battle, Not only had the 8th Legion not opened the door to victory, but they had also fallen into a fierce battle. It was likely that they would not be able to see the light of victory in a short period of time. Just as Dio Cassius was lost in his thoughts, a familiar shout came from behind him. "Warriors of the 8th Legion, I am your Legion commander. I order you to intensify your attacks, defeat the enemies in front of you, and win glory and rewards for yourselves. Warriors of the 8th Legion." This was indeed the voice of the Legion commander Prososus. Dio Cassius was surprised at first, but then he felt uneasy. In his impression, Prososus's personality was relatively cold and lacked passion. Whether it was during training or in previous battles, he had never loudly encouraged the soldiers. But this time, he had suddenly changed his attitude. Could it be that the entire battle situation was disadvantageous to us? Some of the officers who were as sensitive as Dio Cassius also felt the same uneasiness. However, when the majority of the ordinary soldiers of the 8th Legion heard the voice of the Legion commander who had been with them for 10 years, who had strict requirements for them, but had brought them victory and glory, they were all excited and their morale was raised once again. His shouts were met with roars like a tidal wave. "Hades! Hades! Fight! Fight!" While the soldiers of the 8th Legion were encouraged by Leotychides to intensify their attacks, behind Carthage's left flank, the Daionia cavalry was rushing towards the Balearic stonecutters from both sides. Although the Balearic stonecutters were engaged in long-range attacks with the Daionia light infantry, they were constantly on guard against the Daionia cavalry. Therefore, when they noticed that the enemy cavalry was moving towards them, they immediately ignored the light infantry in front of them and concentrated on dealing with the cavalry. At this time, there were still more than 1,000 stonecutters. They were divided into two groups, and dense lead pellets flew towards the charging cavalry in a futile attempt to shoot them down. For a moment, the sound of horses neighing and men screaming could be heard. Cavalrymen kept rolling on the ground. However, since the 4th Cavalry Legion had already launched their attack, it was impossible for them to stop. Otherwise, it would bring about greater losses. They roared and rode on their war horses. They swept past their comrades who were wailing on the ground and charged towards the enemy who was still swinging their catapults. Infected by the courage of the 4th Cavalry Legion, the Allied cavalry followed closely behind. Looking at the enemy cavalry that appeared from the dust cloud and charged towards them with a threatening momentum, the Balearic stonecutters finally panicked and began to retreat. The Daionia cavalry rushed to the front and used their spears and horses to completely disperse the stonecutters. Then, they purposely drove the stonecutters to flee towards Carthage's battle formation. Hundreds of routed soldiers were forced to charge at the rear of Carthage's left flank, which was in the midst of a battle. The Philo infantry at the rear had no choice but to turn around and kill these routed soldiers to prevent them from disrupting the battle formation. At the same time, they had to carefully deal with the javelins thrown by the Daionia cavalry. This inevitably distracted them from facing the 8th Legion's attack head-on. At this time, the soldiers of the 8th Legion were doing their best to launch a new wave of attacks under the encouragement of Leotychides. Originally, the Philo infantry were not afraid of this. Instead, they were secretly delighted because the enemy had exhausted their remaining strength too early. It was their turn to counterattack. But now they were somewhat unable to resist and had no choice but to retreat. On the right flank of Carthage's army, it was the Daionia coalition army that was retreating. The number of soldiers in Carthage's army was greater than that of the Daionia coalition army, and their formation was the same length as the opponents. This meant that the formation of Carthage's army on the right flank was even thicker than the opponents. The soldiers of the Daionia coalition army were weaker than the Lusitanian soldiers in terms of individual combat strength. They were also inferior to the opponent in terms of overall strength. Therefore, after more than an hour of fierce battle, the advantage that the Lusitanian soldiers had at the beginning of the battle had become extremely obvious. Although the attacks of the Lusitanian soldiers were much weaker than at the beginning, the resistance and counterattack of the Commonlina and Gela soldiers were much weaker. From time to time, the screams of their comrades falling increased the panic in their hearts. Therefore, the left flank of the Dionia coalition army kept retreating under the pressure of the Lusitanians' attack. During the retreat, the originally dense formation became more and more sparse. The Lusitanian soldiers took the opportunity to squeeze into these gaps and attack the enemy from the side. They kept widening the gap, and the flames of war spread to the rear of the Commonlina and Gela formation. Finally, fear overwhelmed their will to fight. Some of the Commonlina soldiers at the back of the formation began to turn and run. Their escape immediately affected the morale of their comrades, who were similarly shaken. Everyone followed suit and ran. Defeat was inevitable. The left flank began to retreat. Although Leotychides was mentally prepared, he was still a little absent-minded when he heard the news. After a moment, he pulled himself together and looked forward. In order to better understand the situation of the battle, he was now at the rear of the formation of the 8th Legion. Riding on his horse, he could even see the faces of the enemies fighting with the soldiers. Although the enemies were retreating with large strides due to his supervision and the attacks of the 4th Cavalry Regiment that he sent out from the rear, they did not show any excessive panic on their faces. The 8th Legion's thin formation could not seize this opportunity to push forward and carry out a more effective breakthrough. Therefore, judging from the current situation of the battle, the stalemate on the right flank would continue for some time, and what the 8th Legion lacked now was time. Having stayed in Sparta for more than 20 years, he knew very well that once the traditional Greek heavy infantry soldiers on the left flank started to flee, it would not take long before the entire left flank completely collapsed, and then the middle would be affected. Leotychides made a prompt decision: order the entire army to retreat. Although Leotychides was still expressionless, the volume of his voice revealed the change in his mood. Beside him, Mukola had mixed feelings as well. When he repeated the order again, even his voice was a little shaky. "Quick! Blow the bugle for retreat!" Since the bugle sound for retreat from Dionia was different from that of the Greek city-states, the buglers had to blow it twice. When the bugle sounded, the soldiers of the 8th Legion couldn't believe it. The enemy hadn't retreated yet, and the bugle sounded at this time. Did it mean we lost? Although it was hard to accept, the strict military discipline that they had developed over the years made them obey the order. After the sudden attack, the soldiers quickly turned around and retreated. Order the soldiers to retreat faster. Enter the city from the north and east gates of Gela. Leotychides continued to give the order. He did not lose his mind because of the failure. He knew very well that once the Allied forces were completely defeated, most of the panicked soldiers would instinctively rush to the west gate of Gela, which was the closest to them. This would inevitably cause congestion, and they would become easy targets for the enemies to kill. Although the north gate was far away, it would allow the soldiers to enter the city faster because the road was clear. Most of the soldiers of the 8th Legion were on the right flank, which was closer to the north gate than the middle and left flank. Chapter 9:11. Yes, sir. Mukola ordered his messengers to run around and yell at the retreating legions. Leotychides, on the other hand, was already running towards the north gate with his guards. He needed to get back to the city first and make the best arrangements with the Gela soldiers. He needed to reinforce the retreating legions and prevent the enemy from attacking the city during the chaos. The flag-bearers among the guards held up the legion's flag, which fluttered in the wind. It pointed the way for the retreating soldiers of the 8th Legion. The enemy's defeat seemed to have injected a burst of energy into Hasdrubal's tired body. He followed the Lusitanian soldiers and chased after the fleeing enemies. At this time, the Lusitanians' ability to run was fully displayed, while the heavy armor of the Greek heavy infantry made it easy for the enemy to catch up to them. Hasdrubal led his soldiers in a killing spree, and in the end, they were all covered in blood. By the time they reached the city and tried to take the opportunity to enter, javelins and arrows rained down from the top of the city walls, causing them to suffer many casualties. Hasdrubal saw the black helmets and black armor on top of the city walls, and did not dare to continue attacking the fleeing soldiers. Instead, he turned around and chased after the fleeing soldiers in other directions. It was not until dusk that Carthage's army returned to camp. In this battle, Dionia's 4th Cavalry Regiment lost half of its cavalry, while the 8th Legion suffered about 1,300 casualties. Among them, more than half of the light armor and light infantry were lost. The Gela soldiers suffered more than 2,000 casualties, and the Kamenlina army suffered the most casualties. Of the 3,000 soldiers who went out to battle, only about 300 managed to escape. The Allied army suffered about 7,000 casualties. On the other hand, Carthage's army suffered more than 2,000 casualties, with the Balearic catapults suffering the most casualties, more than half of them. Due to the retreat of the Dionia Allied army, most of the injured soldiers did not manage to escape. In the Battle of Gela, the Kamenlina and Gela's militia were severely damaged, making the troops that Leotychides could command even more difficult. More importantly, the news that Carthage's army had defeated the Dionysian army, which had been winning all this time, was like a stone thrown into the seemingly peaceful political situation of Sicily, causing waves in some of the city-states. After the Battle of Gela, despite the Minoans' repeated requests for help, Leotychides continued to stay in Gela, resting and reorganizing his troops while defending against Carthage's attack. In a situation where the forces under his command were getting smaller and smaller, he was even more unwilling to break them up and station them in different city-states. This would only cause the Carthaginian army to destroy them one by one. Moreover, compared to Minoa, he felt that Gela's strategic position was more important. Of course, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing about Minoa, so he sent messengers with Minoa's messengers to Paxenus to ask for help. On the 4th day after the Battle of Gela, Cypros, the governor of Sicily and Catanae, received an urgent report from Shelophanes, the head of the kingdom's intelligence department in Sicily. There was a military mobilization in the city of Syracuse, and the motive was unknown. As a precaution, Cypros immediately sent a messenger to inform the 7th Legion, which had been ordered to go to Hina after arriving in Catanae, to quickly return and station at the new barracks near Leotini to prevent any accidents. But an accident still happened. Paxenus promised to rescue Minoans and sent 3,000 reinforcements. Not long after they left the port by ship, they suddenly encountered the fleet of Syracuse. In recent years, the eastern waters of Sicily had been the domain of the Second Fleet of Dionia. The navy of Syracuse, which once dominated Sicily, had long since shrunk into a small fleet of only 33 tiered warships and a total of 50 warships. Usually, they only patrolled the waters near their own city-state, but suddenly appeared in the waters near Paxenus and launched an attack on the transport fleet. As the Sicilian fleet of Dionia had been stationed in Serenus all this time, guarding the western waters and concerned about the battle in Serenus, they did not send any warships to escort them. Of course, the people of Paxenus did not make any requests to Catanae. After all, it was far from the battlefield, and the nearby waters had always been very safe. It had a close relationship with Dionia, and its neighbor, Syracuse, was also in harmony. They believed that the voyage from their city-state to Minoans should be safe. Therefore, the people of Paxenus only sent the only 5 three-tiered warships in their city-state to escort them as a symbolic gesture. In the end, after being ambushed by the Syracuse fleet, although the warships of Paxenus resisted stubbornly, they were outnumbered. Other than 4 transport ships that managed to escape back to the port, the rest were all rammed and sunk. At the same time, Syracuse sent out an army of 12,000 soldiers. It did not march north to attack Taunus, which was very close to it. Instead, it turned south and quickly rushed to Camalina. It announced to the public that it was going to help the people of Camalina defend against the invasion of Carthage's people. After the people of Camalina rejected the request of Syracuse's army to enter the city, the army of Syracuse immediately changed its attitude and surrounded Camalina. They pretended to attack the city while sending messengers into the city, threatening the people of Camalina that Syracuse had formed an alliance with Carthage. If they chose to submit to Syracuse, then they would be safe when Carthage's army arrived. If not, Syracuse would attack the city. After the city was breached, the people in the city would be dealt with by Carthage's people. As Camalina had already sent out most of its citizen soldiers to aid Gela, there were only about 500 Camalina soldiers left in the city who could fight. They were weak and could only helplessly say that they needed time to think about it. The messengers of Syracuse only gave them a day's time. After the messengers returned, not only did Syracuse's army immediately block the road from Camalina to Gela, but Syracuse's warships also blockaded the port. At this time, the victorious Carthage army had already moved their camp to the east and strengthened the siege on Gela. Therefore, Leotychides was busy dealing with Carthage's attack on the city and was completely unaware of the changes in Camalina. After half a day, a Dionia merchant ship that ventured into the port brought news that Syracuse's fleet had attacked the transport fleet of Paxenus and had blockaded the ports of Paxenus and Camalina. When Leotychides heard this, he was shocked. Syracuse had finally joined the battle. The addition of Syracuse had undoubtedly worsened Dionia's predicament in Sicily, especially on the south coast. Not only were the Dionia's allied forces at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, they were also in a dangerous situation of being attacked from two sides. Even if Leotychides wanted to reinforce Camalina, he could not do so for now. There was the threat of Carthage's army by land and the obstruction of Syracuse's fleet by sea. Without the escort of the fleet might not even be able to enter Camalina's port before it became food for the fish. Leotychides sent out the Dionia's fast ship that was docked in Gela's port and immediately rushed to inform Sicorion in Serenus. A day later, the bewildered Camalina people saw the black mass of Syracuse soldiers carrying ladders and pushing tall siege equipment towards the city walls. They were terrified. Afraid of the tragic fate that befell Agrigento, the Camalina people finally chose to surrender. More than 10 years had passed. Due to the power of the Kingdom of Dionia and the long-term friendly relations with the Camalina people, there were almost no citizens in Camalina who were pro-Syracuse. This caused the people of Syracuse to temporarily be unable to support a government that was close to them. To prevent a rebellion, they demanded that the Camalina people hand over many of their hostages. At the same time, 3,000 Syracuse soldiers were stationed in the city. To put it nicely, once Carthage's army arrived, they would be able to effectively stop them from destroying Camalina. In addition, the people of Syracuse also requested that the remaining 500 Camalina soldiers be transferred to join the Syracuse army in battle. The Camalina people, who were now meat on someone else's chopping block, finally agreed to these conditions. After the Syracuse army obtained the allegiance of Camalina, they did not lead their army west to rendezvous with Carthage's army that was besieging Gela. Instead, they entered Camalina and left 3,000 soldiers to guard the city. The rest of the soldiers took ships to the coast of Paxenus and disembarked. They immediately surrounded Paxenus and sent messengers into the city, requesting that it submit to Syracuse. The messengers of Syracuse threatened that if Paxenus refused, not only would Syracuse immediately execute the more than 2,000 citizens of Paxenus, after Syracuse's fleet sank the Paxenus military fleet, they did not leave. Instead, they rescued the Paxenus militia that had fallen into the water and captured them. They would then lead their army to attack the city of Paxenus. After the city was breached, all the citizens in the city would be sold to the people of Carthage as slaves. Syracuse's threat frightened the citizens of Paxenus. Their city was surrounded by Syracuse's army, and the port was blocked by Syracuse's warship. The citizens on the city walls looked down at the thousands of their relatives who were tied to the ground with tears in their eyes. The panicked citizens of Paxenus held an emergency meeting and quickly came to an agreement. Paxenus, which had always been a vassal state of Syracuse before the people of Dionia entered Sicily, would once again submit to Syracuse. In a few days, Syracuse had successively incorporated Paxenus and Camalina into its alliance. In the blink of an eye, the entire southeastern corner of Sicily had once again become Syracuse's sphere of influence. The citizens, who had always dreamed of reliving the glory of Syracuse, were all overjoyed. The chief general of Syracuse, Theagenes, who had proposed this plan and forcefully carried it out despite the opposition of his colleagues, was greatly praised by the people, and his reputation soared. However, at the same time, there were also people who expressed dissatisfaction with Theagenes's actions. For example, General Hictas publicly questioned, for the sake of obtaining 2 small city-states, Syracuse is taking a huge risk and angering the powerful Dionia. This is very dangerous. Theagenes, don't forget that Carthage is far away in Africa, and we, Syracuse, are right next to Dionia. Chapter 9:12. Theagenes replied confidently, "The war between Dionia and Carthage in Sicily has involved all the cities in Sicily. Can we, Syracuse, be an exception? Of course not. Carthage's army is approaching Gela, and Dionia's army is stationed in Leontini. We must make a choice, or we will be crushed by the power of both sides. However, we will not become true allies with Carthage, who have been our mortal enemy for decades, nor will we challenge Dionia, who have taken away our hegemony. What we need to do is seize every opportunity in this fierce war and regain the glory of Syracuse." That was what Theagenes said, and what he did. When Cypros of Catanae sent an envoy to the Syracuse council, he questioned angrily. The Syracuse fleet attacked the fleet of Paxenus and led troops to attack Camalina. This is a provocation to Dionia. You must immediately stop this dangerous act and withdraw from Camalina. At the same time, you must compensate Paxenus and promise not to do anything similar in the future. Otherwise, Dionia will not sit idly by and do nothing. Theagenes replied calmly, "May I ask if Dionia, Paxenus, and Camalina are allies? Of course not. You do not have an alliance with these 2 cities, not even an agreement. But we do, and it is a full-fledged military alliance." As Camalina spoke, he had someone bring over the newly signed alliance agreement and showed it to the envoy of Dionia. He said with a hint of mockery, "I am grateful for Dionia's concern about the recent events, but this is an internal matter between us and our allies. We can resolve it ourselves. There is no need for an outsider like you, Dionia, to worry about it." The envoy of Dionia was speechless. After a moment, he said with hatred, "Is Syracuse preparing to ally with Carthage? How could we, the people of Syracuse, ally with our mortal enemy, the people of Carthage? We just want to protect ourselves on this war-torn island," Theagenes said with a serious look on his face. The messenger of Dionia understood. He said coldly, "So you people of Syracuse want to be crows and eat the corpses of the beasts after the battle. But no matter how much carrion a crow eats, it's still a crow. May the peace and tranquility of Syracuse, which the heroes who resisted Dionysius' tyranny exchanged with their blood a dozen years ago, not be lost in your hands." The conversation between Theagenes and the messenger of Dionia was spread throughout the council. Many people praised their chief general for his toughness and wit in speaking to the messenger of Dionia. A few people were worried about the warning given by the messenger of Dionia. Just as the messenger of Dionia left the city of Syracuse, many people of Syracuse heard the news and came to scold and humiliate him, venting their dissatisfaction with Dionia. Theagenes had expected this. He did not want to openly offend Dionia for the time being, so he specially sent a patrol to escort the messenger. The messenger of Dionia left Syracuse with a swollen face and torn clothes. He saw it as a great humiliation. When Sequirian led the fleet to Gela, Leotychides already knew that Camillina and Paxenus had belonged to Syracuse. This forced him to cancel his original plan. At the same time, the successive changes had shaken his confidence in continuing to defend the south coast. So, as soon as he saw Sequirian, who had just arrived, he said directly, "Camillina and Paxenus have already surrendered to Syracuse. I don't think Minoa will be able to hold out for long. Now we are at a complete disadvantage, but my army is scattered between Selinus and here, and can't do anything about the overall situation. So, I have decided to withdraw all the troops in the cities of the south coast. If Minoa and the people of Gela are willing to follow us, then we will return to Catania and rendezvous with the 7th Army. We will rebuild our strength and look for opportunities to continue defending against the attacks of the people of Carthage, and even Syracuse." Sequirian looked at Leotychides' serious expression and thought about it seriously. He said in a low voice, "We can evacuate the other places, but we must keep Selinus. The troops in other places have all been evacuated. Selinus has become a completely isolated city. How many days can Chalcidius hold out?" Leotychides did not seem to have much confidence in this. Sequirian was very confident. "These days, the people of Carthage have launched several attacks on Selinus, but they were all repelled. Furthermore, our losses in defending the city are not too great. I think Chalcidius has the bearing of a great general. He is not anxious and has a good way of defending the city. Selinus should be able to hold out. Of course, Chalcidius is very capable." Leotychides shook his head lightly. "Unfortunately, he has too few troops. Once we leave, Selinus will become the focus of the people of Carthage's attack. It won't be able to hold out for long." Sequirian said anxiously, "With the help of our navy, how can Chalcidius's troops be few? As long as he holds out for a few more days, after September, when the farmlands of Catania are harvested, I will transport thousands or even tens of thousands of sailors from the naval base who don't have warships there. Although these sailors don't have the ability to fight against Carthage's soldiers head-on, they can still assist in defending the city. Selinus is too important. As long as it is in our hands, our warships and sailors will have a foothold in western Sicily. Our fleet will be able to hunt in the western sea without worry, and the ships of Carthage won't dare to easily transport soldiers and supplies to the south coast. All right, we'll do as you say. Your Sicilian fleet will provide reinforcements to defend Selinus. The other cities and armies will all evacuate from the south coast." While Sicilian was talking excitedly, Leotychides interrupted him and said, "All right, we'll do as you say." Sequirian was stunned, but he immediately reacted. "Did you already have this plan in mind? Did you want to trick me into helping you defend the city?" Leotychides said expressionlessly, "Now, I'm going to persuade the generals of Gera to leave here and seek refuge in Catania. As for persuading the Minoans, I'll leave it to you, Sir Sequirian. Gera is guarded by the 8th Legion, so there won't be any big problems for the time being. However, the Minoans are in imminent danger, so I hope you can hurry up. I say, Prososus, you're not His Majesty the Devers. What right do you have to assign tasks to me? We should discuss this matter before making a decision." Sequirian loudly expressed his dissatisfaction, but Leotychides had already strode out of the hall. A day later, the fleet full of Minoan civilians sailed eastward along the south coast under the escort of the Dionysian fleet. As they passed through the southeast corner of Sicily, Sequirian was both nervous and excited. He sent out all the speedboats and ordered all the lookouts on the warships to open their eyes wide and carefully observe the abnormalities in the sea. However, to his disappointment, the Syracuse fleet did not appear. The entire fleet arrived at the port of Catania without a hitch. At the same time, the Minoan city was conquered by Pamilca's army, and all the Minoan soldiers who stayed behind were killed in battle. The Gelans also agreed to evacuate to Catania. It was not because Leotychides was persuasive, but because they had the same idea as the Minoans. If they were surrounded by the Syracuse people, the people who were reluctant to leave their homeland might consider surrendering. However, outside the city were the Carthage people and the ferocious-looking natives. The Agrisan people had been brutally slaughtered, and the Gelans did not want to follow in their footsteps. The Sicilian fleet quickly returned to the south coast from the Catania naval base, escorting this large fleet of ships. Not only were the ships carrying food supplies, but there were also 16,000 sailors. He was here to fulfill his promise with Leotychide. Originally, Sequirian planned to do this after the autumn harvest, but after a conversation with Cyprosus suggested, "After all of you evacuate from the south coast, the garrison of Serenus will inevitably face greater pressure. Since this city is so important, don't delay it any longer. Send the sailors over as soon as possible. You don't have to worry about the harvesting of their farmland. I'll help them solve it." Sequirian accepted Cyprosus's suggestion. The fleet arrived at Serenus without a hitch. First, Sicilian unloaded the food and weapons from the fleet at the pier. Then, he stationed 10,000 sailors at the port to manage and defend the port while assisting Chalcidius in defending the city. This was to make up for the lack of defensive power. After a night's rest, he ordered the remaining 6,000 sailors to drive more than 30 Phoenician warships, captured during the battle with the East Phoenician fleet from Persia, that had been simply repaired. They followed the Sicilian fleet and other fleets to Gela. According to the notice given by the clippers, Leotychides led the soldiers of the 8th Legion, the 4th Cavalry Legion, a large number of Gelans, and the people of Agrisan who had previously fled to Gela. They lined up in an orderly manner and waited at the various ports. So as soon as the fleet docked at the port, everyone quickly boarded the ships. When Carthage's scouts told Hasdrubal that a large fleet had arrived at the port of Gela, he did not realize at first that the entire city of Gela was preparing to retreat. After the victory in the battle, Carthage's army had failed several times to attack the city. Even the day before yesterday, the Daionia soldiers had come out of the city to attack Carthage, which caught Hasdrubal off guard and led to the crushing defeat of Carthage's siege force. This showed that the morale of the garrison in the city was very high. Hasdrubal had to let the defeated soldiers rest for the past 2 days. Chapter 9:13. So, when he heard the news, Hasdrubal's first reaction was, "Oh no, the reinforcements from Daionia are here." When he personally ran to the coast and saw the ships full of people leaving the port, he realized that the Daionia coalition army that he had been fighting with for more than 10 days was actually trying to escape. Hasdrubal immediately rushed back to the camp and gathered his troop. By the time Carthage's army arrived at the city with the siege weapons, more than an hour had passed. More than half of the Daionia fleet had evacuated. Only about 400 citizens of Gela, who volunteered to stay and guard the city so that the others could leave safely, including some elderly who did not want to abandon their homes, fought to the end and successfully ensured the smooth evacuation of more than 30,000 people. On the way back, the Sicilian fleet looked more powerful because there were more than 30 Phoenician warships among them, so the Syracuse fleet was nowhere to be seen. At dusk, the fleet entered the port of Catanae. Seeing the familiar port and the few people there to welcome them, the soldiers of the 8th Legion were a little disappointed, but they also felt relieved. For the past few months, they had been fighting outside. They had the glory of the Battle of Minoa, the pride of wreaking havoc in Carthage's Sicilian territory, the sympathy for the destruction of the navy by the storm, and the humiliation of being defeated in the Battle of Gela. After all, it was the worsening situation on the battlefield that forced them to come back, which made them feel a little embarrassed to see their families. Leotychides's ship stopped at a specific port. After he got off the ship, he saw Cypros, the wartime governor of Sicily and the governor of Catanae, coming to welcome him. "Welcome home, Commander Prososus." Cypros smiled and saluted. Leotychides returned the greeting with an indifferent expression and said, A defeated general, what is there to welcome? Cypros stared blankly for a moment, then sincerely consoled him. Lord Prosus, you defeated the Carthaginian army in the Battle of Minoa, defeated the Carthaginian army, captured Serenus, and created chaos in the western part of Sicily controlled by the Carthaginians. You completely disrupted the plans of the Carthaginians, and forced them to postpone their attack on Sicily for a few months. Your performance has exceeded His Majesty's expectations, and you have successfully completed the task that he had given you. These words were not said by me, but by His Majesty in his letter. His Majesty wrote a letter? At this time, Leotychides was a little surprised. Why would I, the governor of Sicily, lie to you? Cypros joked and took out the letter. Leotychides immediately took the letter and began to read it. In the letter, the Devers did praise Leotychides and his army for their outstanding performance. At the same time, he also reminded them that the Carthage had launched another large-scale attack on Sicily, and that the Dionia coalition was too deep into the enemy's territory. Not only was it not advisable to fight them head-on, but they also had to retreat at the right time to avoid being ambushed by the Carthage's army. In a disadvantageous situation, they could even give up the friendly city-states on the south coast and defend the territory of the kingdom. This letter had almost shockingly predicted the development of the war in Sicily during this period. While Leotychides was shocked by the Devers' superb strategic vision, he also had a lot of complaint. Why didn't this letter come earlier? Oh, it's a letter from His Majesty. While Leotychides was still savoring the memory, the letter in his hand was already taken away by Cypros behind him. When His Majesty wrote this letter, he didn't know that you were still alive and had returned to the fleet. Otherwise, the letter, Cypros explained. It's better to know later. Cypros replied casually, but the image of Miltias who had died in battle appeared in his mind. He exhaled and quickly looked down at the letter. Oh, His Majesty also said that they have occupied Rome and obtained a large area of land in Latin. They have also gained the allegiance of most of the Latin city-states. The remnants of Rome's army have retreated to a few small towns. It will only take a month or two to end the war in Latin. After that, he will lead the army south and rush to Sicily to fight the Carthage's army to the death. He hopes that we can defend against the attack of the Carthage army during this period of time and prevent them from destroying the territory of Sicily. Cypros seized the opportunity and said, in order to complete the task given by His Majesty, we will hold a military meeting later to formulate a new plan to deal with the attack of the Carthage army. I have already informed the commander of the 7th Legion, Baruch. He is rushing here from the new barrack. Leotychides' expression changed slightly. I have no objections. Wait for me. Cypros turned around to look for his subordinates. After the soldiers and civilians disembark, do not wait for me. Immediately return to the naval base in Catania to rest and reorganize. Cypros interrupted him. Lord Cypros, before you let the fleet return to the base, please let them assemble on the shore and take a tour around the city of Catania. Lord Leotychides, the soldiers of the 8th Legion and the 4th Cavalry Legion, please also line up and enter the city. What do you mean? Cypros was a little puzzled. Leotychides also looked at Cypros in confusion. Although the war is far from over, the people of Catani are already waiting in the city, ready to warmly welcome the returning soldiers and sailors to thank them for fighting bravely for the past few months and ensuring the safety of our home. Cypros explained solemnly. Although the war is far from over, the people of Catani are already waiting in the city, preparing to warmly welcome the returning soldiers and sailors to thank them for fighting bravely for the past few months and ensuring the safety of our home. Upon hearing this, Cypros and Leotychides looked at each other. Be it the 8th Legion, the 4th Cavalry Legion, or the 2nd Fleet of the Sicilian Fleet, more than half of the soldiers and crew were from Catania. Since the beginning of the war, there had been a lot of casualties, especially for the fleet, which had even lost 2 commanders. So the crew was a little afraid to see the people of Catania, afraid to hear the cries of the people who had lost their loved ones. But Cypros had organized such a simple triumphal return, which was undoubtedly a good opportunity to boost the morale of the soldiers and crew who had been defeated and forced to return home. So Leotychides said coldly, "I will gather the soldiers and let them line up into the city, but I will not participate." "Me too." Cypros thought of something and turned back to point at the people who were disembarking from the ship in the distance. "Don't forget about them." Cypros understood what he meant. These refugees from Minoa, Gela, and Agrigento had lost their homes and loved ones, and were crying in pain and at a loss. But Catani was cheering for the return of the soldiers. What would they think of him? Cypros said unhurriedly, "Don't worry. I have sent officials to take care of them. They will not be allowed to enter the city for the time being." In the evening, 5 people were sitting in the executive meeting room of Catania's city hall. They were Cypros, the governor of Sicily, Leotychides, the commander of Sicily, Cypros, the commander of the Sicilian fleet, Breru, the commander of the 7th Legion, and Acidames, the commander of the 4th Cavalry Legion. In fact, Breru had already arrived at Catania, but he did not go to the port with Cypros to greet him, so Cypros had to make up a white lie. But after meeting Leotychides, Breru still expressed his admiration for the battles that Leotychides had carried out during this period of time. His tone was also more appropriate, but he didn't mention anything about the 7th Legion coming to Sicily will have to listen to Leotychides' command, or anything like that. Cypros coughed a few times, glanced at the other 4 and said, "My lords, you have all read His Majesty's letter. How to resist the attack of Carthage's army in the next 1 or 2 months and prevent them from causing damage to the territory of Sicily, in order to welcome the arrival of His Majesty's army to counterattack and encircle Carthage is the problem we will discuss today. Everyone, please share your opinions first. I don't have any suggestions now." Breru took over the conversation, but said humbly, "Because according to the principles of the military law of Dionia, we must understand the specific situation of the battlefield in order to make the right battle plan. Our 7th Legion has just arrived at Catania and is completely unaware of the situation here. Lord Praesosus has been in Sicily for so many years, and led the army to fight against Carthage for a few months, so he must have a very deep understanding of the army of Carthage. Can you please give us a detailed introduction of the situation first?" Cypros frowned slightly. Although Breru spoke very politely, this politeness showed a kind of equality between the two, but the reality was that according to the orders of the King of Devers and the Ministry of Military Affairs, Breru led the 7th Legion to Sicily to be under the command of Leotychides, and they were in a superior and subordinate relationship. Leotychides' originally expressionless face did not show any abnormality. He said very straightforwardly, "These few days, I have seriously thought about the battle experience with Carthage during this period of time, and made some analysis and summary. Just in time for you to listen, so that you will not be at a disadvantage in the future battles." Leotychides stood up, looked at Breru, and said seriously, "In these few months, Carthage has sent 2 armies to attack Sicily, and in terms of combat power, the 1st Army and the 2nd Army are completely different." Chapter 9:14. In the Battle of Minoa, apart from Carthage's Sacred Legion that caused us some trouble, the rest of Carthage's troops were simply unable to withstand a single blow, especially the army composed of Namibians, whose morale was very low. A single charge from our heavy infantry could cause them to retreat, so our army was able to easily break into the west and force the Carthage people to hole up in their respective cities for a long time, not daring to come out to fight. During this period, we did not find the opportunity to fight with the Iberian army that had been stationed in Palmos. When Carthage sent a 2nd army to land in Sicily, the situation changed. First of all, the commander of Carthage was the Iberian governor, Margo. He had been fighting in Iberia for a long time and had a lot of battlefield experience. Combining all the information, Margot brought more than 20,000 soldiers from Iberia. Adding the 20,000 Iberian soldiers in Palmos, there were more than 40,000 Iberian soldiers in Sicily. Most of them were Carthage's mercenaries. They had followed Margot to fight in Iberia for a long time, so their fighting strength was very strong. In Gela, I led the 8th Legion, the 4th Cavalry Legion, and allied troops to engage in a battle with the Iberian army. The difference in numbers between the two sides was not big, and the 8th Legion attacked the Iberian heavy infantry fiercely. There was even the 4th Cavalry Legion supporting the attack from the flank, but the other side always defended tenaciously and did not retreat. Oh! When Brerer heard this, he sat up straight with a surprised look on his face. Although the 8th Legion's serial number was behind the 7th Legion, the 8th Legion had pacified the Sicir region a few years ago and defeated the Sacred Legion, which was called the strongest heavy infantry by Carthage people in Minoa. Its actual combat experience was richer than the 7th Legion, which had not fought for many years. Although Brerer did not admit it on the surface, he faintly felt that the 8th Legion's fighting strength might be a little stronger than the 7th Legion. Now, an Iberian heavy infantry army was actually able to remain undefeated under the joint attack of the 8th Legion and the Cavalry Legion. This really surprised him. And in this Carthage army, many of them are likely native warriors of the Iberian Peninsula. They are tall, fierce in attack, and are also disciplined. The most noteworthy thing is that they all hold a long shield in one hand and a short sword in the other, similar to the soldiers of our legion. They directly defeated the phalanx of Gela and the Camalina heavy infantry, which ultimately led to my defeat at Gela. When Leotychides mentioned this, his expression and tone did not change, as if he was talking about something that had happened to someone else. But in the conference room, not only Breru, but even Cypros and Cypros were surprised. It seems that the fighting strength of the Iberian heavy infantry in Carthage's army is not weaker than that of our legion. Cypros could not help but say. Like Cypros, he only roughly knew about the process of Leotychides' defeat in the Battle of Gela. He did not have the time to understand it in detail, so it was inevitable that he felt uneasy when he suddenly heard the details. Not only the heavy infantry, but the light infantry of Carthage's Iberian army is not weak either. During the battle, they had a group of thousands of catapults that may have come from the Balearic Island. The lead pellets they threw were accurate and ruthless, not weaker than the catapults of our 1st Legion's light infantry. They caused a lot of casualties to the 8th Legion's light infantry. They also had hundreds of javelin throwers made up of Iberian native. The javelins they threw were not only heavy, but also had curved hooks. Once hit, it was very difficult to pull them out, and the resulting wound was very large, causing a lot of bleeding and death. The medical camp did not have a good way to deal with this. At this point, Leotychides' tone became slightly lower. It seems that only our cavalry can be stronger than Dionia. After listening to Leotychides' words, Cypros could not help but sigh, but he did not expect a cough to come from the side. He turned his head to look at the embarrassed commander of the 4th Cavalry Legion, Acidames, and suddenly remembered that Carthage occupied the Namibian region, and there were many Namibian cavalry in his army. He remembered that the Namibian cavalry had caused the Dionia cavalry to suffer a great loss in the southern Italian war. As expected, Leotychides continued, it may be because this Carthage army had to cross the mountains to raid the rear, so they did not let the cavalry accompany them. However, the intelligence shows that among the Carthage army that landed in Sicily, there were 6,000 to 7,000 cavalry, most of them Namibian cavalry, with some Carthage cavalry, Mauritanian cavalry, and Iberian cavalry. Their number exceeds the total number of our 4 major cavalry legions. The heavy infantry and light infantry of the Carthage army from Iberia are not weaker than our legion's soldiers, and their cavalry is slightly stronger than ours. It seems that this is our formidable enemy. Brarua's expression was solemn. In his previous career in the Legion, he had fought against the army of Syracuse, Massapi, and Puchetti. The armies of these city-states and races always had some flaws, which made him proud of the strength of the Legion of Dionysia. This was the first time he had heard of an army that was not weaker than the Legion of Dionysia in any aspect. While he felt uneasy, there was also a hint of excitement in his heart. He asked cautiously, "In addition to the army from Iberia, how is the combat power of the other Carthage army?" According to the intelligence, in addition to more than 40,000 soldiers from Iberia, there are about 60,000 soldiers from the city of Carthage, the Phoenician allies in Africa, and Namibia among the enemy troops who landed in Sicily this time. Among them, the Namibians make up the majority. After the Carthage army surrounded Serene city, I let the army take the initiative to attack and carried out a night attack on the Carthage army, which was successful. According to the soldiers who came back, many of the enemies they killed were Namibian soldiers. These Namibians could not organize an effective defense after being attacked. Most of them only knew how to run away. When Leotychide said this, he saw that the expressions on the faces of the others had become much more relaxed, so he continued, "Then this army was sent to attack Minoa. We all know that the Carthage army had attacked Minoa city before, but they had never made progress, which led to me leading the army to rescue them. This time, the Minoans clearly felt the pressure. They frequently sent messengers to me for help, and in the end, they had no choice but to evacuate from Minoa city. I asked the refugees in Minoa. They said that the dark-skinned Namibians attacked the city wall without any regard for their lives. After repelling one wave, another wave would quickly rush up, constantly consuming their few defending forces, leading to the final failure of defending the city. From this, it can be seen that the combat power of this army is not weak. From the night attack to the fall of Minoa, it is completely like two armies. I guess that Brother Ma must have done something during this time to boost their morale," Leotychides calmly analyzed. 100,000 people. 100,000 soldiers with decent combat power. Breru could not help but sigh softly. "This time, Carthage's army is more than 100,000 people," Cyprian interjected. "When I was at the port of Lille, I had privately inquired about it. There are more than 10,000 soldiers in Lille city, and cities like Mazara, Eryx, Palmos, and other Phoenician cities have at least a few thousand militias. If they are all gathered, the number of Carthage's army is far more than 100,000. Cypros took a deep breath, rubbed his chin, and pondered for a while. He said, "Such a large army, the military supplies they need must be very large." "Lord Cypros, you have hit the nail on the head," Cyprian praised, then pointed to the map of Sicily placed in the center of the wooden table, and said loudly, "That is why we must defend Serenus. As long as we have it, our fleet can frequently attack the western seas, attack their merchant ships, cargo ships, and cut off Carthage's route to western Sicily, making it difficult for Carthage's army to supply food. I can even send the fleet's infantry to land and attack the rear of Carthage's army. After all, from the current situation, compared to the army, our navy has a greater advantage against Carthage." Sicilian looked at Leotychides and said confidently, "Even though the Carthaginian navy is on par with us in terms of courage and maneuvering ability, and is more familiar with the sea conditions of the Western Sea, they are still using traditional naval tactics. It's impossible for them to change in a short period of time. As long as the number of warships in the Sicilian fleet is restored, I can even seal off the port of Carthage." Cypros reminded him helplessly, "The Senate has passed a resolution on this matter, and all the port cities in the kingdom are building warships. However, time is too short, and we can't build hundreds of warships to meet your requirements." "But there is one thing you can help with," Cypros said seriously. "Currently, the naval base in Catania is docked with 20 warships that Frelios captured on the surface of Theradium, as well as the 30 warships that I captured on the south coast. After some repairs and modifications, some of these warships can be incorporated into our fleet and go out to sea to fight. In this way, the number of warships in the Sicilian fleet can reach 60 to 70 in a short period of time, and we can continue to maintain our advantage over the Carthage navy. So, I need Lord Cypros to gather all the shipsmiths in the cities of Sicily to the naval base, and help us modify these Phoenician warships as soon as possible. This time, Thurian spoke with sincerity. Chapter 9:15. Once the meeting is over, I'll send someone to do it. Cypros agreed without hesitation, and Cypros thanked him profusely. Cypros looked at Leotychides and said in a low voice, "We don't have to worry too much about the problems at sea, but on land, how are we going to deal with Carthage's army?" Without hesitation, Leotychides pointed at the map on the table and slowly explained the plan that he had long thought of. Now that Carthage and Syracuse have colluded, all the friendly city-states on the south coast have been occupied by them. It won't be long before Carthage's army converges at the southeast corner and attack our southern border, as well as our two allies, Leontini and Taunus. This time, Carthage hasn't made any moves to attack the north coast, and I think they won't attack the north coast for the time being. Doing so will disperse their forces, and the north coast's terrain is narrow, which is not conducive to the deployment of their forces. Although the city-states there are smaller than those on the south coast, it will take a lot of time for Carthage to conquer them one by one. As long as we have enough forces in Malay, we can keep Carthage out of our territory for a long time. What I'm most worried about is the central part of Sicily. Leotychides pointed at the icon of Enna on the map with his right hand and said in a low voice, "There are many races in Carthage's army who are good at fighting in the mountains, and with the Tannic tribe who are familiar with the terrain leading the way, the Cycles are no match for them at all. So, they have occupied Caphaloician, and now they are besieging Enna. I've decided not to reinforce Enna, but to retreat with the Cycles who are willing to follow us." "You're giving up on Enna?" Cypros was shocked and solemnly reminded him, "More than half of the Cycles have gathered there, and I'm afraid most of them are unwilling to leave their homes." Cypros's words were tactful, but in fact, he knew very well that once the Dionysian army stopped reinforcing Enna, the Cycles there would probably all fall to Carthage's side under the threat of Carthage's army. This was because the measures Dionia had taken against the Cycles for the past 10 years were different from the measures it took against the Samnese. As for the Samnese, on the surface, Dionia maintained an alliance with this mountainous race, but in fact, through trade, culture, and even religion, they had drawn and assimilated the Samnese tribes, especially in the Abenalum and Niconia regions. That was why the Samnese tribal alliance and the high priests panicked and finally took the initiative to start a war. This was in fact what the Devers hoped for, because the expansion to the north was the strategic focus of the kingdom of Dionia. As for the kingdom of Dionia's Carthage to the south, according to the Devers' original strategic plan, Dionia did not want to become enemies with the kingdom of Carthage before they occupied the entire Italian peninsula. Therefore, maintaining peace with Carthage became the top priority of the kingdom of Carthage. Therefore, the kingdom of Carthage signed 2 peace treaties with Carthage. Hence, even though the Cycles had formed an alliance with Dionia, Dionia's Sicily territory still used trade to rope in the Cycles due to the attitude of the Carthaginians. This was to avoid provoking the Cycles and causing a conflict, which would then give the Carthaginians an excuse to attack the Carthaginians. However, after the rebellion of the Tannic tribe was quelled, the fact that the kingdom of Carthage was secretly supporting the Tannic tribe was exposed. The Devers then changed their approach and began to strengthen their control over the Cycles. They directly annexed the 2 towns of Hina and Hebita to the kingdom of Dionia, thus splitting the Cycle region into 2. As the eastern region, which was dominated by Agilian and Cantrippa, was adjacent to the kingdom of Sicily, it became a region that Dionia focused on drawing in and assimilating. Most of the tribes in this region had close and friendly relations with Dionia. On the other hand, a portion of the Cycles in the western region, led by Enna and Cephaleution, had less contact with Dionia. Some of the tribes were punished by Dionia for participating in the rebellion of the Tannic tribe. There were also a few tribes that voluntarily migrated to Enna from the eastern region in the past 2 years. This was because their leaders could not stand the increasing control of the eastern region by Dionia. Dionia did not ignore the western region of the cycles. Instead, it used its position as the leader of the alliance to coordinate and resolve conflicts between the tribes. It used trade and aid to restrain the tribes, and when war broke out, it used the tribes' warriors to control them. Previously, the cycles that assisted the 8th Legion and participated in the war were mainly from the tribes in the western region. It was obvious that Dionia adopted a gradual approach. They first focused on assimilating and absorbing the cycles in the eastern region before turning to the western region. However, they did not expect the war with Carthage to break out so soon after a few years. The assimilation of the eastern region had just begun. I agree with Lord Prososus. The decision to abandon Enna is the right one. Breru stood up and looked at the map. Look, Enna is in the center of Sicily. It's closer to Cephaleution, but further away from our sphere of influence. After Carthage's people occupied Cephaleution, Agrigento, and Gyra, this town became too prominent. It's already surrounded by Carthage's people. If we send less reinforcements, it won't be of any use. Enna will still be easily taken by Carthage's people. And if we send more reinforcements, it will weaken the defenses in other places. Carthage's people can bypass Enna and attack other defenseless towns. For example, they can send troops north from Gyra and attack Henna directly. So, we should be more straightforward. Withdraw all the troops and tighten our fists. Breru finished and looked at Leotychides. Leotychides did not look at him. Instead, he said to Cyprosus, "The next battle will be very fierce. It concerns the safety of Sicily. Any small mistake will lead to a major failure. Now that Carthage's people have the upper hand, I have doubts about whether the cycles in the western region are still loyal to the kingdom. If they suddenly rebel when we support Enna..." Cyprosus was silent for a moment. He sighed. "All right, I agree with you. Abandon Enna and retreat to the eastern region with the tribes that are willing to follow us. So, what's next?" Leotychides then said to Breru, "Lord Breru, your 7th Legion will be responsible for defending the southern line of defense. What do you think?" "You mean the line from Paragonia to Taunus?" Breru could say this so quickly because his legion happened to be stationed in the new barracks near Lake Leontini to the north of Leontini, so he had some understanding of the area. "Yes." Leotychides nodded and continued. "The 8th Legion will be stationed in Aegilion and will be responsible for defending the western line of defense from Henna to Herbata." Breru carefully looked at the map again and found that the western region was basically filled with cycles towns and settlements. He immediately thought, "I've just arrived, I'm completely unfamiliar with the cycles, and I have no prestige among them, so it'll be difficult to intimidate them. If something goes wrong..." The southern line of defense is basically within the Catania Plains, and the two allies are both Greek city-states that have been dependent on Dionia for more than a decade, so it'll be more convenient for us to fight. He pretended to ponder, then said, "I basically agree with your defense plan, Lord Prososus. But from the current situation, the southern line of defense may become the focus of Carthage's attack. The 7th Legion only has a little more than 8,000 people, so it's a little insufficient. Not only the southern line of defense, but the two towns of Henna and Aegilion may also become the focus of Carthage's attack." Leotychides pointed at the map and said, "The entire territory of Sicily can still deploy at least 20,000 more citizens to fight. If there's too much loss, we can immediately replenish them." "Let me remind you," Cypros interrupted, "it'll be the autumn harvest in a dozen days. I hope that you will not recruit any more citizens before this, so as to ensure that there is enough labor in the territory to complete the harvesting of the farmland in the shortest time possible, so that we will have enough rations for the future battles. I don't think we'll recruit any more soldiers in the short term. If Carthage wants to attack us, I think it'll be at least 10 days later. We can definitely use our current troops to hold out until the autumn harvest, but we have to be careful of Carthage's cavalry entering the Catania plains and causing damage to our farms and villages. When Leotychides finished, Brerus said seriously, I have no more questions. The 7th Legion will hold the southern line of defense. I have a question, Sicorian said loudly. What's going on with Syracuse? Is it confirmed that they're colluding with Carthage and participating in the war against Ionia? Syracuse is indeed in contact with Carthage, but we can't be sure if they're going to declare war against Ionia, Cypros said solemnly. I've sent messengers to the Council of Syracuse to question them, and from the reply of their chief general, Tiagenes, I can tell that Syracuse wants to take advantage of the war between us and Carthage to gain benefits for themselves, but they don't want to completely fall out with us and become Carthage's accomplices for the time being. So, it's best that we don't provoke Syracuse. We just need to be on guard against them, and focus on defending against Carthage first. Leotychides and Breru both nodded in agreement. This was the safest course of action. Chapter 9:16. Only Sicerian was still complaining. As long as we take precautions? That's easy for you to say. The route from Catanae to the western part of Sicily will be frequently used by our fleet in the future. Whether it is our warships patrolling and cruising to the western sea, or our fleet transporting supplies and soldiers to Serenus, they will all have to pass through Syracuse. Their fleet is like a lurking viper that may attack us at any time. How can our fleet guard against them? Cypros's expression became serious. He said in a deep voice, Your Sicilian fleet needs support in terms of supplies and personnel. As long as I can do it, I will do my best to help you. But controlling the waters of Sicily and ensuring the safety of the territory's coast is the responsibility of your fleet. You have also been praised by His Majesty as the great naval hero of the Kingdom of Dionia. This should be something you should consider, but you are asking a layman like me. Sicerian was speechless. Cypros looked at Breru again, and his expression became gentle again. Lord Breru, on behalf of the people of Sicily, I am very grateful to you for leading the 7th Legion to reinforce us. I believe that you will be able to work together with Lord Prasosus and successfully complete the task given by His Majesty. Make a glorious contribution. Cypros's words were rather clever. He took into account Breru's age, qualifications, and status in the kingdom. Breru was a senator and one of the representatives of the Briti people, far from being comparable to Leotychides who had no background. So he did not mention that Breru should listen to the command of the Sicilian commander, Leotychides. He believed that Breru, who had been in the legion for more than 10 years, would act according to military law no matter how reluctant he was. Since the establishment of Dionia, there had never been an instance of a high-ranking general disobeying orders. Don't worry. We, the 7th Legion, have come to Catanae to fight. I will act strictly according to military law. Breru said bluntly. Leotychides heard this and nodded. After Hasdrubal took over Gela, he did not continue to the east because he might encounter Syracuse. He vaguely remembered that Senator Carthage had sent messengers to talk to Syracuse several times. Without knowing the details, he did not know how to deal with Syracuse. So he simply stayed in Gela and waited for Margot's army to arrive. At the same time, he sent a part of his army to the north to besiege Enna. After the Carthage army led by Pamilca captured Minoa, they also stopped to rest. When Margot received the news that his troops had captured Minoa, Agrigento, and Gela, and Syracuse had recovered Camillina and Paxenus, he was very happy because it meant that Carthage's army could smoothly pass through the south coast and directly attack Dionia's territory in Sicily. However, He was also very depressed because Selinus had not been captured yet. Selinus' defenders not only fought tenaciously but also responded well. They had repelled the attacks of Carthage's army several times, forcing Margot to rest and restore the army's low morale. Judging from the current situation, it was unlikely that Margot could capture Selinus in a short period of time with his current 40,000 troops. From a safe point of view, he should first capture Selinus and then march east. But that would delay a lot of time. Not only would it give the Dionysian army, who had suffered successive defeats, precious time to rest and reorganize, but it would also create variables over time. More importantly, he had promised in the Senate to capture the whole island of Sicily within a year. He had to hurry. After thinking about it, Margot finally made a decision. He would leave behind 5,000 Fenu infantry and 1,000 Libybian cavalry. He would also let the Lord of Libya, Imazir, organize 5,000 soldiers from the Sicilian alliance to be stationed in the camp and continue to besiege Serenus. He would lead nearly 40,000 troops and march east along the south coast. Accompanying him were not only slaves and freedmen, but also a large number of people from Mazara, Iraqs, Segesta, and other city-states. They were not only responsible for transporting food supplies to the entire Carthage army, but also for survival. Because the Dionysian army had harvested and destroyed the farmlands of these city-states on a large scale, except for Palmos and Souris on the north coast, they were facing the danger of famine. Margot announced to them that as long as they transported supplies to the Carthage army, he would allow them to harvest the farmlands of Minoa, Agrigento, Gela, and other Greek city-states along the way based on their performance as food reserves for the next year. That was why they were so eager to participate. Margot solved the problem of transporting supplies for the army, but it also made the entire marching team too bloated and slow. It took them 2 days to reach Minoa. After meeting up with Pamilca's army, they continued to move forward. When they arrived at Agrigento, they received good news. Hasdrubal had captured Enna, and most of the sicker tribes there had chosen to submit. Margot's joy did not last long before he received bad news. The Dionia attacked his supply convoy. It turned out that the Carthage army was too large, and Margot was in a hurry. The entire convoy meandered for more than 20 miles on the south coast, and the supply convoy fell behind. As a result, the Dionia Sicilian fleet landed on the beach between Minoa and Agrigento. The infantry of the fleet attacked the convoy, killing many laborers and Phoenicians, and burning a lot of food supplies. If it were not for the arrival of the Numidian cavalry, the Carthage army would have suffered greater losses. This forced Margot to slow down the march and send troops to protect the supplies. 10 days later, the Carthage army finally arrived at Gela. After a day of rest, Margot led nearly 100,000 troops and continued to march eastward, finally surrounding Camalina. Syracuse was shocked when it heard the news. It hurriedly sent an envoy to see Margot, telling him that Syracuse had formed an alliance with Carthage, and Camalina was now an ally of Syracuse. It was not hostile to Carthage, and would let the Carthage army pass smoothly. It hoped that it would not be attacked. Margot did not agree with the envoy's request. He proudly said, "As the military commander of Carthage, I don't know when Syracuse became an ally of Carthage. If the people of Syracuse really want to do this, ask your general to come here and talk to me in person." The messengers from Syracuse brought the news back to the council. The generals and councillors were in an uproar after hearing it. Many of them thought that the Carthaginians had crossed the river and wanted to break the agreement. They were preparing to take the opportunity to attack Syracuse. Some people took the opportunity to blame Chief General Tiagenes, saying that he thought he had earned benefits for Syracuse, but had angered the people of Carthage. Now that Carthage's army was approaching Syracuse, if a war was started, Tiagenes must bear full responsibility. Tiagenes argued that Margot had been in Iberia before, and might not know about the secret diplomatic exchanges between Carthage and Syracuse. He was willing to talk to Margot in person to clear up the misunderstanding between them. The next day, Tiagenes rushed to Commonlina. Before he entered Commonlina's territory, he already saw the camp of Carthage's people. Countless tents were connected, and one camp was connected to another, covering an area of many miles. If it were not for the countless strong soldiers walking among them, he would have thought he had entered a vast city. The more Tiagenes looked, the more shocked he became. Under the guidance of Carthage's guards, he walked for a full hour before arriving at Margot's tent. Just as Tiagenes expected, after he saluted Margot and said his name, the rough-looking Carthage general did not show enough politeness and enthusiasm. Instead, he said casually, "It seems that you people of Syracuse are taking this matter very seriously. You actually sent your chief general to negotiate. This will save us some time. After we reach an agreement, we can implement it immediately." Syracuse and Carthage have already reached an amicable agreement. General Margot may not know much about it, Tiagenes explained. "No, I know it very well. Someone in the Senate told me." Margot raised his eyebrows and looked straight at Tiagenes. "He said that your attitude during the negotiation has been vague. Although you will never join Dionia and attack Carthage, you are not willing to lead your army to attack Dionia either. You are only willing to provide material assistance, allow us to set up camp in Syracuse's territory, and ensure that we can safely pass through Syracuse and its allies' territory." "That's right. This is the agreement that your envoy of Carthage has agreed to and signed." Before Tiagenes finished, Margot roared, "This is a *T agreement. Do you see the army outside? We don't need Syracuse to provide the materials, we can rob them. As for allowing us to pass through Syracuse safely, that's a joke. Even if you don't allow it, my huge army can pass through safely. But that will mean war. A war with Syracuse. While Carthage is fighting against Dionia, he will also have to defend against Syracuse's attack from the rear. This will undoubtedly slow down your progress in conquering Catanae, allowing Dionia's reinforcements from Greece to arrive in time," Tiagenes replied calmly. Margot sneered. "If that happens, will Syracuse become Dionia's ally?" Tiagenes hesitated. "If Carthage sees Syracuse as an enemy, of course." Chapter 9:17. "You are willing, but that depends on whether Dionia is willing or not." Margot sneered. "I don't know much about Dionia, but I do know that they hate breaking agreement. Tarentum had to become a free city of Dionia. The Simonians are still at war with Dionia. Syracuse took advantage of the time when Dionia was fighting Carthage to secretly occupy Commonlina and Paxenus. I don't think Dionia will forget this. Even if they can't deal with you because of our attack, they will retaliate against you in the future." Tiagenes was stunned. He quickly explained, "Paxenus and Commonlina are not allies of Dionia, nor have we signed any agreements with them. On the contrary, they have always been allies of Syracuse. We did not occupy them, but merely renewed the agreement." His tone became tough again. "I believe Dionia will understand what we are doing. Even if they don't understand, we will try our best to become their ally, even if we have to accept some harsh conditions. Because if Carthage wants to destroy Syracuse, we can only choose survival." Margot's eyes were wide open. His gaze was as sharp as a spear. Tiagenes stared back at him without hesitation. The atmosphere in the tent became tense. After a while, Margot spoke again. "Carthage and Syracuse have been enemies for decades. The hatred is too deep. Just based on the contents of the previous agreement, I can't lead my army to attack Catanae without worry and expose my back to you people of Syracuse." Margot's words were straightforward, but Tiagenes did not know how to respond. While he was considering his words, Margot said impatiently, "If Syracuse wants to form an alliance with Carthage, they must do the following. First, send an army to assist Carthage in fighting Dionia. Second, send a navy to fight Dionia's navy and escort Carthage's transport ships. Third, open the port and allow Carthage's ships to enter. Fourth, allow Carthage's army to station in Syracuse's territory. Fifth, provide Carthage's army with material support. As long as Syracuse can do these things, we, Carthage, will form an alliance with you under Balharmon's witness. We will maintain a long-term peace after the war. We will also recognize Camelina and Paxenus as allies of Syracuse. Although Margot's demands were harsh and made Tiagenes frown, he could feel Margot's desire to form an alliance with Syracuse. So, he cheered up and started negotiating with Margot. Margot clearly did not have the patience to do so. He quickly passed the task to Pamilca. On the second day, the two sides reached an alliance agreement. The agreement stated that Syracuse had to organize an army and attack Dionia from the direction of Taunus. Syracuse's fleet had to attack at the right time and threaten Dionia's ships from Cartagena to the south coast so that they could not easily go to Serenus or the Western Sea. When Carthage's fleet arrived, they had to cooperate with it. Carthage's army could build camps in Syracuse, but they were not allowed to destroy, loot, or even harm Syracuse's citizens. When Carthage's army encountered supply problems, Syracuse was obliged to provide aid, and Carthage would double the amount of compensation. During the war, neither side of the alliance was allowed to make peace with the enemy. When the war was won, Carthage would allow Taunus, Leontini, Camelina, and Paxenus to become Syracuse's vassals. Tiagenes's idea was that since they could not avoid a direct battle with Dionia, Syracuse's army would choose to attack from the direction of Taunus. Due to the narrow coast, they could avoid being surrounded and attacked by the Dionysian army. It was relatively safer. After the war, they gained the two city-states of Taunus and Leontini. This not only expanded Syracuse's sphere of influence, but also placed Syracuse in the center of these city-states. With a buffer zone, they did not have to face the threat of other forces, which made them safer. This agreement basically achieved the goal of the negotiation. For Margot and Pamilca, the reason why they made some concessions in the negotiation was that even if Carthage drove the Dionia out of Sicily, the kingdom of Dionia, which occupied the entire southern part of Italy, was still strong and could make a comeback at any time. Moreover, Carthage was far away in Africa, and sometimes it was beyond their reach. Now that they had Syracuse, which was relatively strong, as an ally, to stand in front and delay Dionia's attack, it would give Carthage more time to prepare. Before Tiagenes left, he suggested to Margot that it would be more conducive to the conclusion of the alliance agreement if Carthage's army pretended to march towards Syracuse. Margot agreed. Tiagenes returned to Syracuse with the draft alliance agreement. As expected, many members of the council objected. Some even criticized Tiagenes. He claimed to restore Syracuse's former glory, but in reality, he had sold out Syracuse's interests to Carthage. This was treason. Tiagenes used today's Sparta as an example to defend himself. He claimed that Sparta and Persia had been enemies for decades, but during the Corinth War, Sparta was able to put down their hatred and form an alliance with Persia. Now that they had become the overlord of Greece, Syracuse could do the same. Carthage finally agreed to sign the agreement, not only because of Tiagenes' defense, but more importantly, because Carthage's army was approaching. However, they still added an additional condition to the agreement. Carthage's army could only enter Syracuse after the autumn harvest. In fact, it was already September, and there were only a few days left before the harvest. Margot agreed to this additional condition, so he targeted Herna first. In the kingdom of Dionia, especially in Greece, the people did not seem to be shrouded in worry and anxiety. On the contrary, as September came, the fields turned golden, and the joy on their faces never faded. The drought last year had made everyone deeply aware of the threat of hunger, so this year's harvest was even more cherished. From Catania in the south to Lusnia in the north, Families, men, women, and children, could be seen harvesting their own wheat fields, singing cheerful songs. Of course, agricultural officials in various cities could also be seen urging the kingdom's slaves to help the families who lacked labor because their masters were away on war expeditions. While the people of Dionia worked in the fields, the temples of Demeter in various places were at their peak. Every day, people came to worship from morning till night, to thank the earth goddess for her blessings. September was not only a time of harvest for wheat, but also ripe fruits, especially olives, which were extremely important to the Greek. Many hills were also bustling with activity. People used long wooden poles to knock on the olive trees that were full of fruit. The olives fell like raindrops, then were picked up into wooden baskets and sent to the oil presses, or placed under the sun to dry. At this time, the number of sacrifices to Athens increased. The joy of the people naturally affected the elders of the kingdom. Since the drought and the outbreak of war, the food problem that had been plaguing them had finally been alleviated. The elders were greatly relieved, so the atmosphere in today's Senate meeting was relatively relaxed. We received a letter from His Majesty today, informing us that our army has occupied Antium. The war in Latin will probably end within a month, said Vespa, who was on duty in the middle of the hall with a smile on his face. In the middle of the venue, the rotating chairman, Vespa, said with a smile, "Also, you have all heard that His Majesty does not agree to our proposal to suspend this year's football competition due to the war. He requests that it be held as usual. Does anyone have any objections?" After a whispered discussion, Cornelius stood up and said, "We originally made this proposal because everyone considered that the kingdom has to deal with 3 wars at the same time. A large number of citizens have been transferred to fight, and the officials of various cities are also working intensely for these wars. The Kingdom Rugby Finals is a grand celebration. Not only does it require the coordination of various departments and a lot of effort, but it also requires strict security and good order. Under the current circumstances, everyone is worried that our officials do not have more energy to organize this celebration, and it may even attract hostile countries to cause trouble. The chaos during the Hades celebration more than 10 years ago is a lesson learned." Lord Cornelius is right. We are thinking the same thing, some of the elders immediately agreed. Cornelius coughed twice and continued, "But His Majesty is thinking long-term. The war has been going on for almost a year, and the war with Carthage will continue. In a state of war for a long time, the people will become more and more anxious and fearful, and eventually become war-weary. This will have a great impact on us trying our best to achieve the final victory. So, at this critical time, a grand celebration can show the people the belief that the kingdom will win, dispel their concerns, and make them more enthusiastic to support this war to determine the hegemony of the Western Mediterranean. So, I support His Majesty's decision." Looking at Cornelius sitting down shakily, some elders cursed in their hearts, "What a slippery old man." At this time, Scepter Priest Plesinus stood up and said loudly, "His Majesty's decision is absolutely correct. When you made this proposal before, I did not agree with it. Now, I solemnly repeat that the Kingdom Rugby Finals is not an ordinary game. Since Hades became the patron saint of the Kingdom of Dionia, the Kingdom Rugby Finals has become the most important part of Hades' celebration, and to please this great god. It has never stopped all these years, and the kingdom has never lost in war. This is the result of His Majesty's wisdom and the blessings of Hades. If the game is suddenly stopped this time, once it angers Hades, who will bear the consequences? Ancient Greece, Lord of the Mediterranean. Ancient Greece, Lord of the Mediterranean. Chapter 9:18. The senators' hearts tightened, but no one refuted. Over the years, the faith of Hades had become more and more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. 2 years ago, a judge in Crotone suddenly died in his sleep. His widow turned herself in at the city hall the next day, saying that her husband had accepted bribes several times and made unjust judgments. As a result, he was severely punished by Hades. This matter was widely spread throughout the kingdom, and the people respected the just and strict Hades even more. This made the officials even more respectful towards this gloomy and solemn god, including the senators. At this moment, Plesinus saw someone standing up not far away. It was Marigi. He thought that Marigi was going to object and was surprised. Marigi smiled at him and said, "Of course, I also support His Majesty's decision. However, from the perspective of trade, I want to say that His Majesty's decision is correct. Due to the 3 wars that broke out one after another, especially the war with Carthage, even though the flames of war have not spread to our main territories, it has already caused the number of foreign merchants that used to come to Dionia to do business has decreased. The commercial taxes of various cities have also decreased in these few months. This is because these foreign merchants are not optimistic that Dionia will be able to obtain the final victory in these 3 simultaneous wars, so they dare not come into contact with the kingdom again. We dare to hold a grand celebration like the rugby finals during the war precisely to show them our kingdom's confidence in victory, thus allowing trade to return to prosperity. Furthermore, the rugby finals itself can increase a lot of tax revenue, improving the tight state of the treasury." Finance Minister Mirzas interrupted while using his fingers to forcefully knock on the armrest of the wooden chair. He reminded in a dissatisfied manner, Everyone, you must now understand that the biggest problem in the kingdom is no longer food, but the treasury. It's the treasury that is running out of money." Vespa asked in surprise, "Sir Mirzas, during this period of time, His Majesty has already transported a large amount of wealth obtained from Rome and other conquered cities to the port of Thurii. In the end, it has all been placed into the treasury. I heard that there are at least a few thousand talientes. Also, after Alexis's army occupied Codum, Beneventum, Lola, and other Samanese towns, they have also transported a lot of wealth back. How can the treasury still be short of money?" "Sir Vespa, you only see the treasury collecting money, why don't you see the treasury spending money?" Mercies snorted coldly and complained loudly. The previous drought had already depleted a lot of the national treasury's savings. At the start of the war, the Sicilian fleet was almost completely destroyed. His Majesty and the Senate made a decision to immediately build a few hundred warships. Do you know how much it will cost? Tens of thousands of soldiers and sailors died in battle or drowned. There were also many citizens who were severely injured and disabled. Do you know how much compensation will be needed? 11 legions were fighting with nearly 100,000 people. How many javelins and arrows would be used in a battle? How many spears were broken? How many short swords, shields, and war horse were destroyed? How many weapons and armors do I have to buy to ensure that the soldiers can continue to fight? Doesn't this cost money? His Majesty and Alexis's spoils of war have only just wiped out the previous expenditure on the treasury. But the war is far from over, and the treasury will continue to be depleted. Therefore, we should not let go of any measures that are beneficial to the treasury." Vespa laughed dryly. "It seems that the war has a huge impact on the kingdom's trade and finances, but the autumn harvest is about to end. Once the citizens pay the land tax, the finance department should feel a little more relaxed." A few elders in the hall sneered. They felt that Vespa did not understand the kingdom's finances at all. The land tax money was simply a drop in the bucket for this war. Antares stood up and looked around with a dignified gaze. He could not allow anyone to look down on the authority of the rotating chairman. Although he despised Vespa's incompetence, as the rotating chairman, they were on the same side on this issue. "Are there any objections?" Antares said loudly. "If there are no objections, then hurry up and carry out His Majesty's decision. It will be September 9th in a few days. We must start preparing immediately." The hall returned to silence. Vespa nodded to Antares to express his gratitude. He then said loudly, Since everyone agrees with His Majesty's decision, then this year's football finals will continue." After saying that, he raised a small hammer and knocked on the small bell on the table, making a crisp sound. He then turned his gaze to one of the 5 rotating chairmen in the front row, the governor of Turin. "Lord Lucius, you are still in charge of the football tournament this time. What difficulties do you need us to solve?" Lucius pondered for a moment before saying, "I also support His Majesty's decision. You know that during this period of war, many citizens of Turin have died or been injured. The people's emotions are quite depressed. Holding a football tournament will help them release their emotions. And on the day of the Hades celebration, I hope that the ceremony to pay respect to the fallen soldiers at the Hall of Valhalla can be grandiose to appease their families." "That's how it should be. I will arrange it. Lord Lucius, you can rest assured," Plazinas responded. "In order to prevent accidents, I hope that the Department of Inspection can send more patrols to maintain the security inside and outside the city of Turin. Also, the Ministry of Military Affairs can send more soldiers to maintain the order in the city square and the temple on the day of the celebration." After receiving positive responses from Helos and others, Lucius continued, "More importantly, due to the outbreak of the war, our Senate has not given a definite answer on whether to hold this year's football finals. I'm afraid that the cities are not ready yet. We must inform them as soon as possible and let them send teams to participate as soon as possible. Otherwise, the tournament schedule will have to be postponed if the teams can't arrive on time. Also, in the past, friendly city-states have been invited to the ceremony every year. Should we still invite them this year? I think we should continue to invite them. Just like what Lord Marigi said before, we need to show these allies and friendly city-states the confidence of Dionia's victory in order to gain more support from them," the Foreign Affairs Minister Ansitanos suggested seriously. And according to the war report from Sicily received yesterday, friendly city-states such as Agrigento, Gela, and Minoa have all been destroyed. We should invite them to send envoys to participate in the ceremony. We can take the opportunity to show Dionia's determination to not give up on them, so as to appease their fleeing citizens. Lord Ansitanos, Antares asked loudly, "Is Egypt one of the allies that you are going to invite? During the drought and war, Egypt gave us great help, allowing us to get through the most difficult month." That's right. Although Egypt is our new ally, they have helped us the most. Why didn't anyone mention inviting them before? I'm afraid it's too late to invite Egypt now, some of the senators said regretfully. Don't worry, lords. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has just received news from the Eastern Mediterranean. The Pharaoh of Egypt has sent an envoy to visit Dionia. It is estimated that he will arrive in Turii before the ceremony, Ansitanos immediately responded. Why didn't you mention such an important thing earlier? Cornelis complained. Lord Ansitanos, Egypt is our important ally. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is responsible for receiving the Egyptian envoy. If there is anything that you need the Senate to do, just say it. In short, make sure they are satisfied. Also, inform His Majesty immediately and let him know about this. Ansitanos nodded in agreement. After Cornelis gave his instructions, he said to Vespa, who was in the middle of the hall, "Since everyone has agreed to host the rugby finals, quickly send messengers to inform the governors of each city. Invite the alliance and friendly city-states to attend the ceremony as in previous years." Vespa nodded and called the clerks who were in charge of taking minutes of the meeting. He asked them to immediately start writing letters. After stamping them with the seal of the Senate, they were handed to the messengers who were waiting in the side hall to be sent to various places. As the Senate of Dionia held meetings almost every day, some proposals could be passed at any time. Therefore, the Senate had fixed messengers to accurately convey the decisions of the Senate to the people who should be conveyed in a timely manner. After making these arrangements, Vespa breathed a sigh of relief and asked as usual, "Lords, do you have any new proposals? The Minister of Military Affairs, Helos, stood up and said with a serious expression, "The Ministry of Military Affairs has received information these days. The former Prince of Pucheti, Vardalka, is gathering the remaining forces of Messapi, Pucheti, and Downey in Peloponnesus. They are preparing to attack our Apulia region." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Vespa also swept away his previous carelessness and asked anxiously, "Is this information accurate? It has already been confirmed by Aristyras." Helos only gave a simple reply, and everyone no longer expressed any doubts. Although many senators kept a respectful distance from this intelligence officer of the King of Devers, his ability to obtain information was unquestionable. "Lord Helos, do you know how many enemies there are?" Vespa asked loudly again. "According to the information received last time, there are less than 4,000 people." Helos said seriously, "It is estimated that they will land in Apulia in the near future. These stray dogs are really good at choosing the right time. They took advantage of the time when Alexis led the army expedition to the Samani Mountains, the Fourth Fleet left the Adriatic Sea for Sicily, and the entire Apulia region was defenseless." Chapter 9:19. Before Sidorum's voice trailed off, Felicius interjected, "The 9th Legion is still stationed in Apulia. Because of His Majesty's reminder, the Ministry of Military Affairs specifically asked the 9th Legion to stay in Uda and not follow Alexis to the Samani Mountains. This is to prevent such a thing from happening. I believe that Commander Tegtinos will be able to defeat the enemy easily. I believe that our legion can easily defeat the rabble, but I'm worried that these former fugitive leaders of Messapi, Pucheti, and Downey will cause unrest in this region when they return to Apulia, just like what happened in Brudi during the Southern Italian War." Sidorum spoke of the past with mixed feelings. The chaos in the Brudi region gave him the opportunity to show his talents, laying the foundation for him to become the rotating president of the Senate. However, the turmoil and riots also caused the entire Brudi region to fall into war, the population was greatly reduced, and many tribes disappeared. Please rest assured, my lords. The Pucheti region has been annexed to the kingdom for almost 10 years. The people there live in freedom, prosperity, and pride themselves as citizens of Dionia. It is impossible for them to be incited by these long-forgotten stray dogs to start a riot and return to the era of poverty under the rule and control of the king and chief. On the contrary, they will cooperate with the kingdom's army to drive out these thugs who are trying to take away their happiness. The speaker was the former leader of the Silvam tribe in the central town of the Pucheti region, Prince Adoras's future father-in-law, Torlex. Not only was he the leader of the Pucheti elders, but he also had a lot of prestige among the people of Pucheti, so his words made the elders feel a lot more at ease. Then, another influential elder of Messapi, Aparosia, who was also the father-in-law of Henoboris, the court clerk, stood up and said loudly, "We, Messapi, have been annexed to Dionia for a long time. I can assure you here that the people of Messapi will only see these former Messapi people as outsiders, as thugs who want to destroy their peaceful lives. The people will fully support the kingdom's army to defeat them." Pucheti and Messapi's words made the other elders unconsciously focus their attention on another elder, Luger Sembrin. The identity of this elder from Downey was not to be underestimated. He was the former king of Downey. 4 years ago, during the war between Dionysia and Downey, he had surrendered early in Lusnia, allowing Alexis to conquer the Downey region without any problems. In order to appease the people of Dionia and stabilize their hearts, Rugo Semblin was warmly received by the Devers and was entertained at a banquet. It did not take long for him to become the senator of Dionia, and he became the youngest senator of the Senate. He was only 27 years old at that time and only 31 years old now. After joining Dionia, the former king of Downey, who had a weak personality and could not convince the people, had always been content with his place. He was not very enthusiastic about politics. Attending the regular Senate meetings had always been routine, and he rarely spoke or argued. Instead, he devoted all his energy to the sport of football. Not only did he often practice, but he also spent money to form a team to participate in the football competition in the Turii region. Therefore, he was jokingly called the Senator of Football by the Turii people. It was rare for him to receive such attention in the Senate, and he could not help but feel a little nervous. He said softly, You don't have to worry about Downey because not many people of Downey escape." What Lucius Sembrin said was the truth. In the Apulia region, it took the shortest time to conquer Downey. They only fought a battle at the Orfanto River and a siege battle at Sipentum. After that, the towns and tribes of Downey surrendered one after another. Of course, Lucius Sembrin's surrender played a big role in this. After his reminder, the senators came to a sudden realization, and they felt more at ease. Once these thugs land in Apulia, I suggest that we let Torlex, Aparosia, and Lucius Sembrin go to Puccetti, Masapi, and Downey respectively to assist the governor of the region to appease the people and organize the defense. Sidorum said his opinion loudly. Most of the senators agreed to this proposal, and Torlex and Aparosia did not object either. Only Lucius Sembrin was very reluctant, but under such an atmosphere, he did not dare to refute, and could only accept it silently. Since the entire Apulia region is preparing for the game, does this mean that we don't need to inform the towns of Apulia to participate in the rugby finals this time? Lucius asked. Absolutely not. Torlex immediately expressed his objection. He reminded with a serious expression, even if the remaining forces that have fled outside attack the Puccetti region, it will not cause panic among the people. However, if they are not allowed to participate in the rugby finals, I'm afraid that it will really cause unrest in the entire region. It's the same for the Masapi region, Aparosia said immediately. Aparosia also said immediately, the people have already regarded the rugby finals as a major festival, and they will never allow their town's team to be absent. I think it's a mistake for the enemy to choose to attack Apulia at this time. The people will be even more angry and fight back against these thugs who spoil their enjoyment of the game. I've long heard that the people of Apulia are obsessed with rugby games. It seems that it's not a rumor. Lucius sighed and took back what he had said before. The Masapi and Puccetti were both relatively fierce races. After being conquered by Dionia, the people were still unwilling, and the rugby finals became the best place for them to express their unyielding and resistance. Therefore, in the first few years, their players were not skilled in rugby, and their tactics were even simpler. However, relying on their tenacious spirit, they repeatedly reversed the situation and defeated the strong Greek teams in the finals. After the winning team returned to the city, the players would be pursued by the people, which further promoted the development of rugby in the region. Although in recent years, as the people of Apulia had completely integrated into Dionia, this kind of antagonism no longer existed. However, rugby had become the most popular sport in the region, even more so than Turii. Just when some senators who still did not know much about the Apulia region were listening to the senators who had served as the governors of the towns in the region whispering about the reasons why the people of Apulia loved rugby, they suddenly heard Sidorum ask Helos, "Did the remaining forces of Apulia attack us with the support of Sparta? If so, did Sparta also send troops to participate?" Many of the senators were nervous. Helos said with a smile, "The rebels led by Vardalka could gather troops in the Peloponnesus region, which means that they must have gotten the consent of Sparta. But so far, there is no information that shows that Sparta or other cities of Peloponnesus have joined in. I think the most important reason is that Sparta is now busy fighting against the new alliance formed by Athens and the Thebes." After hearing this, Vespa let out a long sigh of relief and said repeatedly, "That's good, that's good." An elder in the meeting hall teased, "Lord Vespa, don't worry. Lord Bagul is not satisfied. I'm afraid he still wants to capture a few Spartans in Udir." As soon as the people in the hall laughed, Antares stood up and said with hatred, "Sparta is now in a difficult situation, but they still don't forget to cause trouble for us. It seems that their hostility towards the kingdom has never changed. When we get rid of Carthage, we must let the people of Sparta know how powerful we are." These words received the unanimous approval of the elders. After the Senate's regular meeting ended, Vespa did not accept Hemont's invitation to have a few drinks at Kristoya's restaurant in the city. Instead, he went straight back to his mansion. As soon as he entered the backyard, he met his daughter-in-law, Andrea. "Father, you're back." Andrea came up to him and said with concern, "Today's Senate meeting ended much later than usual. You must be tired." Vespa looked at her and said naturally, "There were more topics today, and everyone's debate was more intense. One of the topics had a lot to do with Bagul." "What is it?" Andrea asked immediately. When the kingdom conquered Apulia, the people of Massapi, Pucetti, and Donadori who fled to the mainland of Greece had already assembled an army. Vespa did not hesitate at all to tell Andrea the secret that should have been kept a secret. Even though the kingdom of Dionia was more tolerant towards women, it rarely allowed women to participate in politics. This was even more so in the tradition of Lucania. Andrea was also a daughter-in-law of a different race, so Vespa's requirements for her were relatively strict. The reason why there was such a drastic change was that his sense of superiority as the leader of Lucania was no longer there. Dionia was getting stronger and stronger, and there were many new people in the Senate, which made him constantly feel threatened. On the other hand, as the right-hand woman of the former queen, Kristoya, Andrea had received great training over the years. Since Bagul was working outside all year round, Vespa often had to rely on his daughter-in-law to analyze the situation for him and listen to her advice. After listening, Andrea did not show the same worry that Vespa had when he first heard about it. Instead, she comforted him, "Father, don't worry. Since the Ministry of Military Affairs has made sufficient preparations, and the Senate has made meticulous arrangements, there will be no trouble in Apulia. Bagul will be very safe, and I think this is a good thing. The kingdom can take this opportunity to catch all the fugitives and completely stabilize Apulia." Vespa looked at his daughter-in-law's calm and confident face, and was stunned for a moment before murmuring, "Yes, yes, you're right." Chapter 9:20. "Father, the hot water is ready. Go and take a bath first." "I'll ask the servants to prepare dinner," said Andrea. In the beginning, the establishment of the hot springs in Turin could be said to have changed the living habits of the people of Dionia. Coupled with the strong recommendation of the doctors in the Turin hospital, the people of Dionia began to regard bathing as a way to relieve fatigue, eliminate diseases, and benefit the body and mind. This was especially true for the elderly. Most of the senators were people who practiced what they preached. However, the hot springs on the banks of the Tino River were relatively far from the city of Turin, and it was not very convenient to go back and forth every day. Therefore, building a good bath in their own mansions became the goal of the ministers and the rich of the kingdom. Still, it was the king's Devers, who was favored by Hades, who proposed an effective method. After a period of experimentation, he successfully created a new type of family bathroom similar to the hot springs. Once again, it became the target of the people of the kingdom. This kind of bathroom used the principle of cold and hot convection. Not only could it quickly heat the whole pool of water, but the hot air produced when boiling water could also be effectively used to heat the bathroom floor. It was convenient and comfortable. Soon, it was popularized in the kingdom. Ever since this kind of bathroom was built at home, Vespa fell in love with it. Taking a bath became a daily habit of his before going to bed every night. After listening to his daughter-in-law's words, Vespa nodded and looked at the bathroom on the side of the main building. Just as he was about to step in that direction, he suddenly felt that something was missing, so he asked, "Has Lysias come home from school?" "School ended a little early today, but he went to play with Eunice and Apoc." Princess Kristoya asked him to stay for dinner, so he will come back later. This child has a good relationship with the royal family since he was a child. It seems that when he grows up in the future, we don't have to worry too much about him. Vespa sighed with relief for a while. Suddenly, he turned his head and said, I want to resign as the rotating president of the Senate. What do you think? Andrea was stunned for a moment. She looked at her father-in-law and asked softly, Father, why do you suddenly have this idea? I'm getting old, and I don't have much energy left. There are too many things to handle in the kingdom, and I can't handle them all. Vespa sighed. Since he had already spoken his mind for a long time, he decided to continue. I used to occupy this position because I wanted to give the Lucanians to give my family more benefit. Later on, Lucania municipality developed very well. Sima, Eurasia, Lizar. They all became senators, and our family also established a firm foothold in the kingdom. Bagul and assists have always been valued by His Majesty. I've long since given up on this position, but I'm still here. Do you know why? Andrea had been with Vespa for more than 10 years, so she had a rough idea of what was going on. However, she shook her head, pretending not to know anything. That's because of Butler, Vespa said heavily. He then looked at Andrea and said in a serious tone, All these years, Bagul has been working outside, and the time he spends at home is too short. It's time for him to come back to Turai and reunite with our family. But with his current position in the kingdom, other than the rotating president of the Senate, no other position is suitable for him. But it's not that easy to become the rotating president. Only one senator from Lucania can hold this position. If I quit early, it's very likely that another senator will take the position, and Bagul won't have a chance. At this point, Vespa thought of He-Meng. He hesitated and said to his daughter-in-law, You are so close to Princess Kristoya. Could you let her mention it to His Majesty when she has the chance? After I resign from the position of chairman, I can let Bagula take over. That way I can rest assured. Andrea heard this and felt awkward. Under Vespa's gaze, she said tactfully, Father, as far as I know, His Majesty has a strict order not to let his family interfere with politics. Princess Kristoya has never mentioned this in front of His Majesty. Andrea saw Vespa's disappointed expression and quickly said, But I'll try my best to get the princess to help me. That's right. When Butler comes back, you and your wife can have a good reunion. I'm still waiting for another grandson. Vespa smiled. While the Sparta army was fighting hard in central Greece, King Agesilaus of Sparta was living his days leisurely in the rear. On this day, his good friend Xenophon came to visit him and was warmly welcomed. Xenophon, you haven't come to see me for a long time. I thought you thought I was old and useless. Agesilaus held his arm excitedly and patted his shoulder with his other hand. I've been busy writing about the Greek mercenary expedition to Persia. I just finished writing yesterday, so I came to visit you, Xenophon explained. Mercenary expedition to Persia? You're talking about how you were hired by young Cyrus 20 years ago to help him fight against Artaxerxes, right? I wonder if I have the chance to read it? Agesilaus asked with a smile. King Agesilaus, you've been fighting in Asia Minor for many years and have a deep understanding of the Persia army. I'd like you to read it and help me point out any mistakes, Xenophon said seriously as he took out a book made of papyrus. It's fine if you want us Sparta warriors to teach you how to lead an army to war, but isn't it a joke if you want us to teach you how to write? Agesilaus teased. He laughed as he took the book and flipped through a few pages. Gradually, he was attracted by the words in the book and began to read attentively. Seeing this, Xenophon was more confident in the book he wrote. He sat quietly at the side and waited. After nearly half an hour, Agesilaus raised his head and rubbed his tired eyes. He looked at Xenophon and praised, "Very well written. Very interesting. If you weren't here, I would really want to finish reading it in one go." In that case, I can leave now. Xenophon pretended to be serious as he stood up. The two of them laughed. You've told me about young Cyrus in the past, and that you hold him in high regard. But in my opinion, at least in terms of military affairs, he's still relatively inexperienced. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked his life and put the entire army in danger when he had the upper hand. Agesilaus patted the book on the table and expressed his opinion. Xenophon nodded and did not say anything. I've roughly flipped through it and realized that in this book you've described more about the Devers than the others, and there are also many signs and prophecies about him. Agesilaus said slowly as he touched the book. Xenophon said honestly, that's true. In fact, the Devers played an important role in the mercenaries breaking out of the siege of Persia's army and finally returning to Greece. Even Charles Thorpe's did not contribute as much as he did. This is an undeniable fact. But to me, I believe that the Devers have indeed received the blessing of Hades. Otherwise, it's hard to believe that a recruit from a village in Thessaly, who has never received any education and almost never participated in a war, suddenly became a smart, flexible, and calm general when our mercenaries were in a desperate situation. This should be God's blessing for our mercenaries, our fortune. Yes, it used to be the fortune of the mercenaries, but now it has become the biggest headache for Sparta. Agesilaus sighed. Xenophon did not say anything. He suddenly recalled the scene when he first met the Devers. The seemingly ordinary young man talked non-stop about the shortcomings of the regime in Athens and Sparta, and it really amazed him. He still remembered that when he could not help but ask, "Where is the best regime in the world today?" the young man merely smiled and did not answer. Could it be that the kingdom of Dionia today was the answer he gave? I've heard some news recently. The people who escaped from the other side of the Adriatic Sea to Peloponnesus more than 10 years ago are gathering an army and preparing to cross the sea to reclaim the territory they once lost. It is said that they have the support of Sparta. Although Dionia is currently at war, I don't think this is a very wise move for Sparta, Xenophon reminded tactfully. I also raised an objection in the Elder Council, but they did not listen. Sigh, you know my current situation, Agesilaus said helplessly, looking a little down. Xenophon knew what he was referring to. A few months ago, Agesilaus defended Sfordilas, the general of the Sparta garrison in Thespia, who had plotted to attack the port of Piraeus in Athens, but failed, allowing Sfordilas to not receive any punishment. In the end, the angry people of Athens formed an alliance with the Thebes and declared war on Sparta. This made it difficult for the Sparta allies to fight in central Greece. The people of Sparta regretted it. They began to blame Agesilaus, believing that it was his protection that allowed the foolish Sfordilas to not be punished, resulting in the terrible situation today. Although the people of Sparta did not have as much influence on the government as other democratic city-states, their dissatisfaction still affected the Elder Council and the censor. The censor talked to Agesilaus and Sfordilas several times, wanting to investigate whether there had been any bribery between them. The Elder Council made a decision, claiming that Agesilaus, the king of Sparta, had served in the army for 40 years. The citizens of his generation had long since retired from the battlefield, but he still continued to fight for Sparta. This was truly admirable and a role model for the citizens. However, he was already in poor health, and now that he was getting old, for the sake of his health, the Elder Council decided not to let the Honorable Agesilaus lead the army into battle anymore. The Elder Council said that it was for Agesilaus' good, but the current political system of Sparta had developed so much that the king did not have much power left. As the commander of Sparta, leading the army into battle was their greatest power, and also their greatest source of prestige. Without it, Agesilaus was equivalent to being idle. Chapter 9:21. Although Xenophon did not agree with Agesilaus' actions of shielding the selfish and foolish general who attempted to plunder Athens, this was Agesilaus, a king who valued friendship very much. Xenophon had no choice but to comfort him. Now, Cleombrotus, another Sparta king, has led his allies to fight in central Greece for several months and has not been able to make much progress. If the war continues to be in a stalemate, it will not be beneficial for Sparta. Some of the city-states who were originally dissatisfied with Sparta might join the alliance of the Thebes of Athens and strengthen the resistance against Sparta. By then, the Sparta people may remember you again. Agesilaus did not respond to Xenophon's words. On the one hand, he did not want to see Sparta fall into such a predicament. On the other hand, he did not want to judge the performance of another Sparta king in central Greece and appear to be narrow-minded. So he changed the topic and said half jokingly and half seriously, "Xenophon, you are from Athens. Do you want Athens to be defeated?" Xenophon said seriously, "I do not want Athens to be defeated, nor do I want Sparta to be defeated. Athens and Sparta have their own strengths and complement each other. They should not be enemies. If the two city-states unite, then the whole of Greece can be united, and we can compete with other powerful forces in the Mediterranean." "Very good idea," Agesilaus looked at Xenophon and finally said. After sending Xenophon off, Agesilaus returned to the house and saw the book on the table. He was in a daze for a while. He did not tell Xenophon the truth about Sparta supporting the fugitives to counterattack Apulia, because he did not oppose it in the Council of Elders. More than 500 warships, 100,000 soldiers. Agesilaus muttered in a low voice. When he first heard about the number of troops that the kingdom of Dionia had sent after the outbreak of war, Carthage's side did the same. He was indeed frightened. He had carefully estimated that even if Peloponnesus, central Greece, and northern Greece were united, they would barely be able to gather such a huge number. However, Dionia could do it relatively easily. This made him feel fearful because he knew very well that although Sparta and Dionia were still allies, due to the close distance between them and their ambitions, there would inevitably be a war due to the conflict of interests. Therefore, he hoped that Carthage would win this war. Although it was a foreign race, Persia was also a foreign race. Weren't they working well together now? After all, the current situation in the western Mediterranean was different from the era when Dionysius dominated Sicily. Thinking of this, Agesilaus felt that time was running out again. Just as Xenophon said, Cleombrotus had led the army to fight in central Greece for so long, but there had been no significant progress so far. If this continued, it would be very disadvantageous for Sparta. Should he take some action? Due to the looting of Sparta's generals and their subsequent acquittal, Athens declared war on Sparta and formed an alliance with the Thebes. Soon, Chios, Byzantium, Rhodes, Euboea, and other city-states joined this new alliance. This new alliance was named the Second Athens Alliance. After all, the establishment of the alliance was led by Athens, and most of the city-states that joined the alliance were city-states that had allied with Athens in recent years. In order to distinguish it from the Delian alliance established by Athens during the Peloponnesus War, the alliance declared that the purpose of the alliance was to protect the independence of the Greek states and resist the oppression of Sparta. In order to recruit and hire more soldiers to fight against Sparta, the Athens Assembly also passed a resolution to resume the collection of property taxes. In order to collect taxes more quickly and easily, the Athens government also reformed the collection method. The newly established Thebes government focused all its energy on military affairs. They relied on the strong city defense to resist the first wave of attack from the Sparta coalition. With the arrival of autumn, the soldiers of the Sparta coalition returned to their respective city-states to prepare for the autumn harvest. King Cleombrotus of Sparta had less than 3,000 Sparta warriors left under his command. He did not want to waste the precious Sparta warriors in the siege, so he temporarily led the army to retreat to Plataea. The Thebes government seized this precious time to mobilize the people of the city to surround the city of Thebes, digging trenches, building ramparts, taking all measures to strengthen the city defense to defend against the next attack of the Sparta coalition. At the same time, they also actively united with the neighboring city-states of Piotia that had become independent and actively assisted them to strengthen their defense in order to block Sparta outside the territory of the Thebes. At the same time, the Sparta government also gathered the citizens in the city and conducted military training every day. The person in charge was Epaminondas. His outstanding performance in the previous battle had won the recognition and respect of the people of the city. Everyone actively participated in the training plan that he had formulated, and no one questioned the plan. However, Epaminondas was not satisfied with just defending the city of Thebes. He realized that only by defeating the Sparta in the battle could it be possible to completely remove the threat that Sparta posed to the Thebes. Only then could the Thebes usher in a real rise. Therefore, while he was busy training the citizens, he also made a new proposal to Pelopidas, which was to establish an elite heavy infantry company that could compete with the famous King's Guard of Sparta in Greece. He even proposed that the Thebes should be composed of homosexual couples, based on the fact that there were more homosexuals among the citizens of Thebes. He believed that it was because of the intimate relationship between these couples that they could motivate each other in battle, help each other, and go through life and death together. Although homosexuals were highly respected in Greece, an army specifically composed of homosexuals had never appeared in any of the Greek states before. If this proposal was made in other Greek states, or even Athens, it might be questioned by many people. However, the new Thebes government was composed of radicals led by Pelopidas. They were young, energetic, passionate, adventurous, and innovative. Therefore, when they realized that Epaminondas' plan could greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the Thebes militia, they immediately approved it and carried it out. Pelopidas and Epaminondas personally selected the citizens of the city, and soon formed a heavy infantry company of 300 people, 150 couples. These soldiers were about 20 years old, all born into noble families of Thebes, and basically all had undergone long-term training in wrestling schools. They were all tall, strong, and agile. Epaminondas began to give them more rigorous heavy infantry training. In Sicily, Carthage's army officially began the attack on the territory of Dionia. Hasdrubal led 30,000 soldiers straight north from Gela, and began the attack on Hina. At the same time, Margo personally led more than 50,000 soldiers from Camalina into the territory of Syracuse, and set up camp in the northwest of the territory. Their target was Paragonia, which was not far from the camp. Syracuse also gathered more than 10,000 soldiers, led by General Philippus, through the Ixigate and attacked Taunis, which was not far to the north. The southern border of Dionia's territory in Sicily was attacked by 3 armies, but the cities of Sicily and their allies of Dionia did not panic, and they methodically defended according to their previous deployment. When Hasdrubal led his army to Hina, he was in a bit of a pickle. Not only was Hina built on a hill, it was also bordered by 2 sizable lakes to the north and south, which made it difficult for Carthage's army to surround it. His army could not spread out during the attack, and his advantage in numbers could not be fully utilized. At the beginning of the war, the governor of Hina, Crelu, under Leotychides' suggestion, mobilized the people, and used the 2 lakes to dig a wider moat under the hill. This was an obstacle for the siege weapons of Carthage's army to approach the city. In addition, Leotychides sent 3,000 soldiers of the 8th Legion to Hina, and the militia in Hina. There were more than 5,000 soldiers in the city. After several days of careful preparation, Hasdrubal began to attack the city with all his might. However, after a day of fierce fighting, he did not even manage to break through the top of the city wall. The attacks that followed were also failures. Due to the large number of casualties, Hasdrubal had to stop the attack and rest. Margo's army was also in trouble. For months, the Dionia soldiers who stayed in Paragonia had been building defensive facilities with the help of the people of Catanae. They laid traps outside the village, built watchtowers outside the traps, dug trenches outside the watchtowers, and set traps outside the trenches. Like this, they extended for a few miles to the south, guarding the only flat area between the south coast and the mountains of Katani. In order to open up this road, Margot's army was tortured by the traps and harassed by the watchtower archers. After a few days, they only managed to clear less than 1/3 of the roadblocks, but the morale of the soldiers was low. After 2 days of rest, Margot finally decided to change the route of attack. He crossed the mountains and went to Liatini. On the east coast, Syracuse's army had already arrived at the city of Taunus, but it took them 5 days to build their camp. After the first attack failed, they stayed in the camp and did not make any movement. Saturnicum, the unfortunate Volsci town, was attacked and occupied by the people of Rome last year. This year, it was besieged by the Dionysian army for nearly 2 months. Recently, every day, the families of Rome's citizens, under the custody of the Dionysian army, would shout at the soldiers on the city wall to persuade them to surrender. Chapter 9:22. From them, the defending soldiers learned that Antium had been captured by the Dionysian army, and Saturnicum was the only 2 Rome towns that were still resisting. This caused a stir in the hearts of the soldiers. Under such circumstances, Quintus took the liberty of hiding from Camillus and disregarding the opposition of the other generals. He secretly led 4,000 soldiers out of the city at night in an attempt to attack the Dionia camp, hoping to win a victory to boost the morale of the soldiers. However, not long after they left the city, they were discovered by the mountain reconnaissance brigade's hidden sentries outside the camp. The Devers quickly mobilized the army to encircle and suppress them. Quintus saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly ordered a retreat. He personally led the army to stop the pursuing army. In the end, he died on the battlefield. Nearly half of the army he led were either killed, wounded, or captured. The failure of this sneak attack caused a great blow to the morale of the Rome soldiers. They began to doubt Camillus's words, "As long as we hold on, our chance will come," which they firmly believed in before. In September, when the people of other city-states were rejoicing, the city of Saturnicum seemed lifeless. The sentries on the city wall rarely patrolled back and forth. Most of them were leaning against the city wall, leaning or sitting, lost in their own thoughts. They rarely even talked to their teammates. On the streets of the city, filthy vomit could be seen everywhere, and soldiers lying on the sides of the road in 2s and 3s. The area outside the barracks for wounded soldiers in the square was packed with people. They ignored the pungent smell and the flying mosquitoes and insisted on seeing a doctor. Their heart-wrenching coughs could almost be heard throughout the entire square. In the bedroom of the castellan's mansion, Camillus suddenly opened his eyes in a nightmare. The confidant slave who was standing restlessly in front of the bed immediately shouted with joy, "Sir, you are awake!" Camillus moved his neck with difficulty. He looked around and whispered in a hoarse voice, "Water, water." The slave hurriedly picked up the water bottle that had been prepared, then held his head with one hand and fed him water. After Camillus drank some water, he felt a little better and asked in a low voice, "How long did I sleep this time?" Two days," the slave said with a slightly dejected expression. Hearing this, Camillus's face darkened. The time he spent unconscious was getting longer and longer, and he felt as if his organs were starting to decay. This gave him a sense of urgency. "What's the situation outside?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that he was being silly. How could a slave know this? So he changed his words and asked, "Where is Lucius?" "Master Lucius is sick." The slave's body trembled. Camillus was taken aback. He was more concerned about Saturnicum than about his son, so he asked, "Go and get Titus." Titus was temporarily in charge of the army for him, and often reported to him, "Master Titus is sick too." "He hasn't come to see you for 2 days," the slave said urgently. His face was pale. "Even Titus is sick?" Camillus was stunned again. Decades of experience in the war had given him a sense of vigilance. He immediately asked, "And who's sick?" "Lord Licinius. Lord Servius. I heard that there are many soldiers." "Lord, could it be, could it be?" The slave's face was filled with panic and fear, but he did not dare to say the word. Camillus's face was frighteningly pale. He said in a deep voice, "Go get all the generals who are not sick, cough cough, immediately. You suspect it's the plague?" Hearing the word from Megis' mouth, Camillus suddenly opened his cloudy eyes, and his dry throat let out the loudest sound he had ever made since he woke up. Even though he had a trace of suspicion before, he still did not want to believe it was true. "Lord Dictator." Megis, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, looked very panicked at the moment. He said with a trembling voice, "In my decades of military career, I have seen 1 or 2 plagues, and this is very similar to the previous ones, the same fever, headache, vomiting, diarrhea, weakness, and soldiers are constantly showing the same symptoms." Camillus closed his eyes in pain. Megis, Aulus, and the other generals did not speak anymore. They all looked helplessly at the old man who had completely lost the ability to move. After a long time, Camillus slowly opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. His face was full of sadness. He murmured, "The great Jupiter! Are you going to give up on Rome?" As soon as he finished speaking, all the generals in the room shed tears. Camillus turned his head with difficulty and looked at the generals surrounding his bed. His expression was terrifyingly calm. Surrender to Olivia, Aulus, Megis, and the other generals were shocked when they heard this. They subconsciously objected loudly, "Lord Dictator, we must not surrender. We can still continue to fight." Camillus let out a long sigh and said in a low voice, "Before the plague spreads to the whole city, surrender to Dionia. At least we can save the lives of some people. This is Camillus's last order as the dictator of Rome." After saying this, he closed his eyes. 2 streams of turbid tears flowed down his face. The room was silent. After a while, the generals walked out of the bedroom. Each of them was thinking about their own matters and walked out of the governor's mansion in silence. Are we really going to listen to the dictator's order and surrender to Dionia? A general finally could not help but ask loudly. What else can we do if we don't surrender? We are trapped in the city with nowhere to run. In the end, we will only be infected by the plague. Our souls will not be able to find peace after we die. Another general could not bear the pressure in his heart and lost control of his emotions. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He loudly questioned the god he worshipped. "Jupiter, aren't you the protector of Rome? Now that Rome is about to fall, where are you?" When the others heard this, no one went to stop their colleague's blasphemous behavior. Instead, they looked even more sorrowful. At this time, Aulus suddenly said, "The plague can infect the soldiers of Rome. Of course, it can also infect the people of Dionia. We can use the opportunity of surrendering to let the Diorians also get infected by the plague. Maybe this will be a turning point for Rome." Megis and the others were stunned. Their eyes immediately lit up. The main force of the Dionysian army was under the city. If they were infected by the plague and most of the soldiers died, would they still have the ability to control the Latin region that they had just conquered? In the big tent of the Dionia camp, the Devers were reading a battle report that had just been sent from Campania. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. "Your Majesty, is it Alexis who sent good news?" Henoborus asked softly with some curiosity. "The great leader of the Pentni has sent a messenger to Alexis, asking for a truce and peace. The Cautini have also sent a messenger to Xanthoparis, expressing the same intention." The Devers patted his arm lightly with the letter in his hand. His tone was very light. "There are no Caracini?" Henoborus asked. Among the 4 major Samni tribes, the Caracini are the most conservative and stubborn, but they are also the weakest. This time, their losses are not small. They think that we can't do anything to them because they are hiding in the mountains. Don't forget, without the help of other tribes, the neighboring mountain tribes, such as the Maxi and the Hernasai, will be very willing to settle old scores with them. The Devers smiled contemptuously. At that time, the Caracini will take the initiative to find us. As he spoke, he handed the battle report in his hand to Henoboris, then asked Crotocatax beside him, Crotocatax, how do you think we should deal with the two Samanai tribes, Kautini and Pentni? Since the Devers had already described his initial plan of dealing with the four major Samanai tribes, Crotocatax had also thought about it carefully these days. Therefore, in the face of the Devers' test, he said with some confidence, Father, the Samanai were once our allies, but they tore up the alliance, started a war, and wantonly plundered the people of the kingdom and the allies. Therefore, this time, we must increase the punishment and control of the Samanai tribe to prevent them from rebelling again in the future. My suggestion is that the chief of Pentni and Kautini must go to Turiai to receive severe punishment, and the other tribal chiefs must also be punished accordingly. At the same time, the tribes must offer hostages. Like you said before, Father, the Pentni and Kautini tribes must become the vassals of the kingdom. All the land of Kautini that we have now will belong to the kingdom. The Kautini tribe will only keep the land north of the Volturno River as a buffer between the kingdom and the Sidicini, Oronkai, and other mountain tribes. The new chief of the Kautini tribe must be chosen from the original Nakonia tribe. We have not captured much of Pentni's land, but Pentni must cede the mountains adjacent to Downey so that we can build a city there. Also, these two tribes must not restrict the priests of the kingdom from building temples in the mountains, and must not restrict the people of the kingdom from trading with the Samanai tribes. Your Majesty, Prince Clotho's explanation is very comprehensive and meticulous, Tormid praised. The Devers smiled and nodded. It seems that after the last examination, although you have been busy with me in Latin these days, you have also been thinking about how to deal with the Samanai tribe. In this suggestion, you have completely considered the problem from the perspective of the kingdom's interests. The plan you gave is more detailed, specific, and operable. Very good.